Welcome, welcome to 2025, where we talk about stuff that happened last year.
Yay, fun! Because last year is so great. How many stuff did we praise last year? By the way,
Uh, that's a metric.
uh, like you know,
What's the last good
uh,
thing we said?
the penguin.
The penguin, yeah.
I think that's the only good thing we said last year.
I guess technically, Op and I did Superman and Lois, which is going to make a return
Oh yeah, of
today.
course.
So today's a little bit of an ambitious type of video, as we're kind of riffing off. Uh, you know, with this being a celebration of a sort, whether that be great or bad, depending on the types of projects we talk about. But we're thinking about doing a different format as we talk about some projects that we haven't got to talk about in 2024. Can you list some examples?
Gladiator 2. Uh, like the wonderful Furiosa, Dune Part 2, Doctor Who Series 14. Those absolutely incredible things that are totally not shit. What do we also have? Yeah, Despicable Me 4. That's yeah, people forgot about those. Of course, we could not watch every single thing. Like for example, we did not see the first Omen. Yes, no one remembers that, even though people praise the living shit out of it. And I never seen the Omen, so I don't know how does it compare. I do not want to watch that. Of course, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot that we could not include.
Yeah. But we do have some good examples too that we're going to talk about. Want to let them know?
Sure. Do you want you? I mean, some non-spoiler examples.
Uh, I guess Nosferatu. That
Oh
shouldn't be a
yeah,
surprise. That shouldn't be a surprise.
that's a good one.
Yeah, we'll save some other decent ones. We also have a bit of other types of niches, like the Wild Robot. We got some animation talking. We also got a few. You got other blockbusters too, like Inside Out 2. We also got Sonic 3 as well. We also will talk about Superman and Lois, as we talked about. Yeah, so a little bit of a dabble in the TV show side, though it was a little hard to watch a lot of TV shows this year, at least for me.
Yeah, same. It's got. I mean, I've seen some shows that we're not gonna talk about it. Maybe we can just brief it over here.
Mm.
Hmm. Like
I'm still doing some preparation, so you just riff a little bit as
so
I'm.
I
Yeah.
yeah so I seen two episodes of That Boy Detective. That is from DC apparently.
Yes. And
So
there's a bit of a Doom Patrol connection there.
yeah, it's the same. It's like, okay. Here's the thing. It's not connected to Doom Patrol for some reason, but they got the person who wrote that to who wrote the episode in the who wrote the That Part Detective episode in Doom Patrol to show on their show.
Hmm.
They only keep one cast member, but which to be fair, the entire thing is a reboot, so it doesn't really matter. And I
Right.
checked that they adapted two seasons. They started season 2 for some reason. For the volume 2 of the comics, that volume 1, because apparently four chapters is too difficult to adapt something. Yep. And then technically, the show is made from the Sandman universe, confirmed by Neil Gaiman, that fucking shithead.
Yeah. Both as a writer now and as a person. So there you go.
Yeah, that's this is gonna be. So I seen the show because people was like, "Oh, this is good," and I was like, watched like 2 episodes, and I was so confused. I was like, the exposition like really heavy-handed. I was like, okay, you guys just saying stuff that both of you know, and like they contradicted death, and a lot of rules are not well defined. I was like, oh, how can you escape death if death can just appear at any single instant whenever you died? Because it's connected to the Sandman. Oh, by the way, the Sandman is not a good show. Fuck you, Neil.
Yeah, I've always said that. I feel like the Sandman is like it's just hard to adapt in general. I think it's too abstract. I mean, like, anything could technically be adapted, but like, I feel like I always thought that it was a show that just needed a lot of the abstract concepts, or a lot of the, I mean, I guess good dialogue can always exist, but I mean,
Yeah. I mean, I love like Jenna Coleman. That's the only. I liked her. I like her, but at the same time, she can't save the show. Do you know who? Do you know who that? Do you remember who show run the Sandman?
I know Neil was like heavily involved. I don't think he obviously wasn't the director.
Yeah. So this is there's like 2 showrunners. One of them is Alan Heinberg, who wrote Wonder Woman.
Hmm,
The
classic,
yep. The other is David S. Goyer.
another classic.
Yeah, I have no idea how the fuck the Neil was like. Who's the best person in charge for the Sandman? I know the people who made DCEU. Yeah, genius. I mean, at least he
The thing
didn't
is,
get
like,
Zack Snyder.
I feel like with Goyer, is like he just gets so much of a pass because of Blade and uh Dark Knight. Well,
All right.
at least Batman Begins. But yeah.
Yeah, because that's like the only. That's basically the only thing. That okay. That's just the Sandman. That part detective is like, the character writing is like really stupid. And then because I checked that most characters are race bands and shit.
Hmm.
And then you got like you can't use magic on a cat for some reason. Like, and apparently there's like a cat king who just falls in love with one of the ghosts. By the way, the ghost rules are really shit because apparently they because despite they refer as ghosts, they're basically just invisible people. I mean, they said that the only silver or like iron can touch them, but at the same time, you just show a lot of things that they can constantly bump into stuff of accident. I was like, okay, the rules are not well defined, and the character writing is just okay. You're a cunt. All 3 of them just shit horrible people, and I don't think the show acknowledged that. Also, like, there's a I don't know. It's like that's and then because like this show is like written by stupid people, so that characters does not really make good decisions. Just the plot, the story, just like fold on them. I was like, how do you like do this? Because contrivance. Because they just so happen to bump into a solution. That's just 2 episodes for me. But I'm gonna be honest, it's so hard for me to keep watching it.
For specifically Dead Boy, you said you watched all of Sandman, right?
Yeah.
I I only gave Sandman like 1 episode really. I just thought it didn't do a really good job keeping my interest. But and I'm not too familiar. You were also watching the other what do you call it? That other DC show with that, what was it called? It was the one with the time displacement
Uh,
detective stuff.
Bodies. I think I stopped like halfway through because I was like, okay, this is so dumb. The time mechanics will not make any sense, and there's like and because like some gay representation, so we apparently have sex in like 1800s. There are gay bars and stuff. I was like, okay, you can't make that work. And then character right, there's no okay, there's some characters, but the plot is clearly moved by mystery, and there's whenever you think there's a solution, they're just like, okay, here's a bunch of mysteries. So I just kind of just like, okay, I'm just not interested in the story anymore. It's like I don't know because realized they changed a lot from the source material, and the book is not that much, but apparently they can stretch it to so many episodes for some reason. Yeah, this is a state of Netflix adapting DC Comics. They've done a really bad job.
I am finished. Any last thoughts before we get started?
Yeah, I mean, we still have to wait for the first guest, so.
Oh no. We'll get started with the DB topic.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah. Why don't we get started on that? So as we said, this is going to be a little bit of an ambitious kind of thing. So we are going to talk about multiple projects of 2024. And we're going to have some special guests too. Some guests that we've had over the last year. They will also participate here and there to talk about some other films that we didn't get to talk about. So we just think it's a little bit of an exciting thing to make it a little bit different from our last anniversary video as well. So yeah. Let's 1 second. So we'll start off with something a little bit silly, maybe. But why don't we talk about Death Battle?
Yay! The best, and ironically, one of the best shows, best long-term show ever made.
Yeah, so 2024 had 4 episodes. You mind listing them out?
Omni-Man versus Bardock, Joker versus Girauro, Bowser versus Eggman, and this one, Among Us versus Fall Guys.
I think they'll also need some franchises too. So Omni-Man, obviously from Invincible. Bardock is from Dragon Ball. You'd have to help me with the Joker and the other one.
Joker is from Persona 5. Giorno is from Giorno. I need to pronounce the name. Giorno is from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Bowser from Mario, of course.
Yeah.
Eggman
from Sonic.
And the last two are self-explanatory.
Yes. So, can you also explain the history of Death Battle and why this season is special in particular?
So, it used to be Screw Attack and Rooster Teeth just like own Death Battle, but those two companies collapsed. But Death Battle is still alive, and they're now self-owned now. They abandoned the season format and just like, hey, we just gotta make it like a yearly thing. So we're just gonna release whenever we like. And hey, because I always trusted this show because it's a show that I say it gets better every single season. I mean, season 10 is like easily the best one. It's like not a competition. So I was kind of excited for like 4 episodes, and I was like, yeah, that's exactly how I. And after the 4 episodes, I was like, okay, I'm still into it. Like Chad James and Ben Singer did a really good job with it, and it all started from just a simple idea. When Ben Singer is in university, I was like, hey, what if we just make 2 characters fight? But yeah.
Sometimes it takes a simple dream to make a franchise.
And yeah, it's honestly, I'm just kind of glad they succeeded, because from last year, at least I got some fun things to watch instead of a lot of constant garbage. But yeah, it's only 4 episodes.
Yeah. So my relationship with Death Battle is a little bit different. In the sense that obviously, like everybody's always said at the lunch table, "Oh, who do you think would win in a fight?" And you have a discussion amongst your friends about, "Oh, like think about this stats, think about this stats," and then Death Battle was like the thing that would be something that, oh, here you go. Somebody has put it in a video format of how these two characters that I've been talking about could fight. And, with animation, with voice acting, and all the numbers and metrics and all that stuff to try and discern who would, you know, like, from a mathematical standpoint and to just for the vibes is what makes it pretty special for especially a lot of people. So I'm not too surprised that like when it got discontinued because of the controversy, from what I understand, that they still were able to get like a lot of support for bringing this back. A lot of, and honestly, like the good thing too is like I feel like everything in this season has really improved. The spectacle of the animation is just fucking insane, especially when you compare it to how it used to be.
Yeah.
That Bowser Eggman fight is like one of the greatest fights I've ever seen.
Yeah, like I just showed you like once. I was like, "Do you want to watch that episode?" I was like, "Yeah, I promise you, it's like really good." And then you just
The
watch
first thing I said was "Holy shit,"
Yeah,
because the animation was crazy. And honestly, like sometimes I don't agree with all of their like who won, but like but I mean these were pretty self-explanatory. I did understand Omni-Man beating Bardock. I understand Joker winning. I understand Bowser beating Eggman, and I understand Fall Guy beating Among Us. So yeah, I mean, like they all make sense, but I obviously like the mix of like the great spectacle of like how these fights go uh, is a lot. I mean, the Mario and Sonic type fight is like you have like all the characters from a bunch of their villain arsenal, since they have like a bunch of henchmen, and like you see a combination of everybody on screen, even if it's like for a little bit of time. It's like it's a lot to take in, but it's a lot of care and attention to detail.
yeah. I mean, the fact that the Eggman versus like Bowser fight is like one of the best because they actually make like Bowser and Eggman really good characters in 4 minutes, and that's the fact they
Yeah,
have to constantly fight each other.
yeah, and honestly, like they said in their analysis too, it's like Among Us jump scare. I was hoping that would catch people's attention. So yeah, uh,
Yeah,
yeah. So I like, as you were saying, like in 4 minutes they established, like, even though they said it in the analysis later, so you can also see that like, yeah, Eggman is like not as good to his like minions as Bowser is to his minions. So it's like that relationship is already such a big difference.
mm.
And like, and obviously because like Bowser's like he has like magic on his side. He also has like a lot of superpowered types of minions on his side, but like he's also like a good leader that people would want to follow. So that being a big contributor over Eggman is like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and then we
Plus
just got
Bowser
like
himself is like OP as fuck. So
yeah, and then the fact that Eggman was like, "Hey, Metal Sonic, do everything," and the fact that the episode just like after this episode, everyone just loves Metal Sonic again. After the Sonic franchise failed him over and over,
yes, very good
that was
point.
insane.
Honestly, if it takes Death Battle to bring back the love for Metal Sonic, or maybe another film that we'll talk about later, uh, yeah, that's good. I always thought Metal Sonic was heavily underutilized.
Yeah, I mean, and you have to remember not just spectacle. Death Battle just like yeah, they have to focus all the character running in 4 minutes, and they have to like put all the analysis just like. So here's how I prove your analysis, and then because like, of course, some Death Battle has said that you are free to disagree with them, and it's fine. I mean, they always learn from their mistakes, and you can tell they're clearly fans of a lot of franchises.
Yeah, and then I mean, I guess Operations, since you're more of a Dragon Ball guy, if we were to say that, Omni-Man beats Bardock, that would make sense to you, I would assume.
I have no idea. So to be honest, I never watched Dragon Ball. So it's like just based on what they tell me. If they sound convincing, I was like, yeah, sure. I almost only seen the show for Invincible.
And honestly, like, I mean, we can kind of talk about the Among Us versus Fall Guys. Like, it is obviously it's a silly concept, but then you realize, like, when you hear like the stats between both iterations of these characters, is like, yeah, okay, I can definitely see why there is a reason to pair them up against each other, rather than just not them being like stupid looking characters. So
Yeah. Remember, that's like Among Us vs Fall Guys is like Death Battle trying to tackle a different way of animation, just like combining both verses and just have them fight, but also have them be their own gimmick. Of course, when you hear that the fucking Among Us has a gun that can destroy like entire solar system, so it's like holy shit.
yeah, sometimes it's like sometimes they say something is like, wow, like that is crazy. They do have the thing that can destroy the entire universe in this one character. It's like, it's interesting
Yeah.
how often they bring it up.
Oh. Apparently, OB agrees that Bardock will lose to Omni-Man, which I think it's like Bardock is just like a normal saying, so he's not powerful.
It's honestly like, it's just unfortunate that all the Saiyans they just can't beat guys with capes. Superman and Goku. I mean, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, there's like one episode of Android 18 versus Captain Marvel, but their own logic is wrong. But they actually got that wrong, unfortunately.
Yeah. No, it's pretty fun so far. I assuming the season is not over, of course. It'll continue into 2025.
Do you remember the first episode of 2025, which is gonna be released like I think either end of January or like February or March or something?
So I saw this like Knuckles and Piccolo thing. Is that not a part of the series?
That's just a podcast. Just a podcast.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry. The first episode is Kratos from God of War, versus Asura from Asura's Wrath. Which I'm surprised people still remember Asura. It only has one game.
All right. So any last second thoughts before we bring in our first guest?
Yeah, actually, we haven't talked about Joker versus Giaro.
It's kind of hard to talk about because I'm not too familiar with either franchises. I mean, the big selling point was like Joker has like so many forms, and like a lot of those forms are like, it's just easy to like keep up with everything. Plus, he's like dealt with like universe breakers before, so.
When you heard that, you just like, okay, he's gonna win.
Yeah, I mean, like they spent a lot of the time like showing him like getting decked, so it's like, okay, so there's something gonna happen where he's not gonna get decked anymore, and then
and then even
I do feel like they do that a lot. It's like they like the winner's like very obvious, but like we need to let the other guy like do something to make it an even fight. Sometimes that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got Omni versus Homelander. It's like, yeah, fuck it, we're not even gonna try to hide that.
No, that was just crazy, man.
Yeah, and hey, that's still the only Christmas death battle: Omni versus Homelander.
Oh yeah. So with that, but Sonic, I mean, Bowser and Eggman is like top tier shit. Even if you're not a fan of Death Battle, I'd highly recommend that.
Yeah, if you just like, I don't want to watch the analysis, just watch the animation.
Just look at the fight.
Yeah, you can literally just go on and just like, okay, fight only. They just show you.
Yeah, and with that, let's bring in our first guest, Operation Bagel, our most frequent guest.
I guess so. What's up?
What's up, man? And instead of talking about Among Us and Fall Guys, we're going to talk about Superman and Lois Season 4.
Woohoo! Season brought. Yeah.
So we're starting off strong, as you can see. Good things to say.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Superman and Lois Season 4. Our last season in this franchise. because WB thinks that having two Supermans would be confusing to the audience, so that is
But-
why we're stopping this.
But why do I have 3 Batmans?
He gets a pass.
Fuck you.
So yeah.
Oh well. I mean, fun fact before that.
Mhm.
This is the third time they plan to have Brainiac for the
Brainiac, yeah.
Brainiac in a Superman sequel, and this is the third time they failed to do it. Jesus, Brainiac is never gonna get adapted at this point.
Well,
He was in the Krypton show, wasn't he? I didn't.
he was in the
watch
Krypton show, but it's no Superman
it. Yeah.
would be the
Because,
point.
Originally, he's gonna be filmed for the sequel for Superman Returns. The second time is a Man of Steel sequel until they turn to BVS, and this is the third time.
Yeah. So obviously, like, you know, with this being the last season, they also had a lot of budget cuts in terms of like they had to reduce their episode time, reduce the cast time,
Mhm.
the amount of cast in their main lineups, and all that stuff. Honestly, even with all of those restrictions, I still think they did a pretty good job with all of that in mind. And honestly, like, I feel like the season is so good to a point where like I feel like it kind of makes up for, you know, the meandering parts of seasons 2 and 3. I would say, especially
Yeah.
like if you tie it all back in a thematic level about like what I feel like all of it kind of, you know, because like the first episode starts off with like Superman and Lois like not really having enough time, especially with like Martha dying, and like Martha wants him to come over because like you can like slow down, be out of the city of Metropolis, and like be like spend your time with the community and family and all that stuff here in Smallville and all that stuff. And then here you obviously have Superman dying by Doomsday and all that stuff, and then also things that happen later in the season and how time is like an important, like there's not enough of it, but like you have to make the most that counts. So I think that was like a really cool thing of how they brought it all together.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's good that they wrap it up because like this season is a lot more focused than season 2 and 3 with a lot of subplots. Now just like everything goes to a single conclusion.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I really think that they did the best, pretty much did the best they could on like with everything against them. Like very few complaints I have that isn't just it's just because they literally didn't have the means to do it this way.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first problem I have is like, how can Doomsday like perfectly take Superman's heart out? I keep thinking how this big monster can just take his heart completely well, and there's no giant hole in his chest.
Yeah. I guess it's like because like they've also
There
kind of
was at
said it's like
first,
because
but-
he is Bizarro, just mutated.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing really.
Yeah, because I keep wondering, like, imagine Hulk can just like rip someone's heart out without breaking it in his own hand, or just perfectly craft it, just cave it to the chest. I was like, okay. I think that's like one of the few problems I have, which is not a lot.
Yeah, and it is kind of funny too because like I mean, like according to Alex, the one who plays Jordan, he was saying like they already destroyed the house, the set for the house because of like they didn't have the like after season 3 they thought it was over, so they already destroyed that set and they didn't really have anything left to do. So that's what they had to make a smaller one, like just for like the kitchen and like maybe the living room, but like that's it. They used a lot of shots
too.
Yeah. That was in season 4.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
He was saying like some of these things were like done like in the barn or something like that, or like, you know, like how they did like a lot of, there was like 2 weddings in the Kent's farm,
Yeah.
which is funny.
Yeah.
He was saying like a lot of the sets were like definitely gone by that point. So they had like, I mean, like in Smallville, whenever they had like these action scenes, they were like all like pretty much in that center shot, like
street
in front of the diner and everywhere. Yeah. Doomsday lands like perfectly in that same spot all the time. So yeah, it's those little things though when it comes to the budget.
So you can just tell they have a lot of on location shots. So it's like, oh shit, shoot it in public. Okay, where do we find like the daughter for Lex Luthor? Oh yeah, get a public diner.
Hmm.
I mean,
Honestly,
yeah.
yeah. Honestly, like, because they talked about this season like using elements of like All-Star Superman and stuff like that, and I thought it was like really interesting how they used Sam's heart to replace Superman's heart as a way to like show that limited time that he has. Like, so he has like the heart of a 60-year-old man, so he's gonna die like a normal person
Mhm.
any time. So I thought that was an interesting way to go about it without like the god cancer. So that
Oh
was that
yeah.
was pretty interesting, and I also like how they handled like Lex Luthor. Like he doesn't really start off as like the rich guy because he started off in prison, and then you kind of have to see how he works his way back up to some degree. So yeah, their dynamic with Superman and Lex are like already like very different from every other iteration of him. So I thought it was a very good from Michael Cudlitz as well.
I mean, I like Sam Lane's death. To be honest, when I saw the episode, I was like, okay, Sam Lane's gonna die. I was like, without hesitation.
Yeah, I do feel like I feel like the writing is like kind of very simple at times, but like it's still really good to the point where like I can look past it.
I mean, I think my biggest problem for episode 3 is like, okay, here, hello, I'm a new guy that introduced like 10 minutes before the episode is over. I was like, yeah, he's gotta be like a plot device and betray you. Fucking hell, guys.
There you go.
Yeah. Of course, they gotta be like, oh shit, he gone AWOL. It's like, okay. They have to explain him away, so I was like, okay. But Sam Lane's stuff is like really handled really well with it. It's like, oh shit, I'm gonna kill myself to save everyone.
Yeah, oh my god, it was such a Dylan Walsh was so fantastic, man. It's just like, because he was talking about like how that day you came to my house, like you came to me as like, I want to marry your daughter. So why do you need my permission? It's just, I just want to accept you into our family, kind of a thing. And that was like such a big thing for Sam, which is like so different from the comics, but it's so much better. It's so much better.
The Sam's guy's pretty great. I wonder what he's like in the source material. Oh.
Yeah, he's like Hitler, but like American.
What did they just like, let's just say make Sam Lane bad because military or bad or something, I guess.
It's kind of that, pretty much.
Oh Jesus.
And but it's like Lois is the wife. Lois has like a mean dad, that kind of trope. The mean dad who is kind of like a terrorist. So no, but like no, the Sam is infinitely better.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And I'm just kind of sad that Dylan Walsh did not return for like at least the last episode.
Yeah, when they were doing the heaven stuff.
Yeah.
Which honestly, like I've seen some mixed opinions on that. But before we get to that one, Jordan getting his powers
on that scene,
like just like the stuff after the death stuff. But I wanted to first talk about like how'd you feel about Jordan, getting powers late at least.
well.
Oh, not Jordan, Jonathan.
Yeah. When he gets them all at once in the barn. That I guess that might have been another sacrifice of the like
the time.
Yeah, because Jordan he got his slowly like throughout the show, and John gets them all at once, but it's still not bad.
I mean, yeah, I like it because the show is got rapid, so they might as well just give him power. So he just gotta be like, he's excited. He's been watching it for his whole life. but because he has been living for a while without like power, so he has a lot more time to just humble himself down as a normal person first before he accept the responsibility.
Yeah, the scene itself where he gets them is like his performance there is great.
I was like,
Honestly,
When he's breaking down.
I really like both Jonathans, like both actors they
Oh,
had, but I think this one is a little bit better because only because like I feel like he looks more like a twin to
Yeah.
Jordan too. Plus, he's good as well. So, but I did really love the old one too, and I wish he didn't get handled so like I don't remember what the behind the scenes was back when it happened.
mental illness or something. It's like that's it. That's basically the only explanation.
Yeah, but you know it's important to take care of yourself.
Yeah. Oh well, he could have made a cameo.
He's doing
but-
better.
Yeah, he's doing good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, the season does have like a lack of steel, and
Mhm.
there's not too much you could do about it. I still appreciated the fact that they got them in the end,
Yeah.
having all the Supermen and Natalie fly. It's really
Yeah.
cool.
True. I mean, they just have to like, oh shit, we got adapt everything in the comics. Here's all sorts of Superman, death of Superman, and the war suit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah,
And like,
that's-
God, it's like, and then that fight with like Lex is like so cool. Like, turns off the. Well, I guess like God, there's too much to talk about, but like we're not before we run out of time. Like when because obviously the big difference here with this Superman versus every other iteration is that his identity is exposed, and he, you know, obviously he's always lived in fear about what happens if you reveal my identity and all that stuff. Let the people know that Superman is Clark Kent and all that stuff. But here, this is like one of the first times where you actually have people love the fact that he's been honest with everybody and all that stuff and all that, you know. But like, you know, there's always that conversation about is it right for a superhero to gaslight others into their identity or not? That kind of conversation. I feel like with Superman, it's a little bit different because he's Superman.
yeah.
You know, he's
I
got
mean-
all that super hearing and super speed. So like, if you were to do something, he'd know about it. Unlike
Okay.
Spider-Man, like you can at least get the jump on him if you know his identity.
Basically. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, I really like the scene with like Elizabeth Henshaw and Lex Luthor talk. I mean, Elizabeth Henshaw play Lex's daughter, which I
Mhm.
predicted from season 3 to like, okay, she's gonna appear.
Because they had her as a director too.
Yeah, which is like, oh, so that's why they hire her. I mean, I really like her. She's a good actress, and honestly, it gives a lot more nuance to Lex as a character. It's like, even though like he clearly cares about her daughter, and he clearly hates that he took away his life, but his vengeance like consumes him, overtakes it.
Yeah, and it's really
Yeah.
cool that they were able to make him a parallel to Sam with his relationship to Lois and all that stuff. So, I also thought that was interesting too. Like Lex was more of a Lois villain in this season versus a Superman villain.
Mhm.
I thought that was a good twist as well. And I really liked when they had the final fight with Lex versus Superman, and he puts all the red lights in out there.
Oh, yeah, the street fight.
The street fight.
deep
But like
powered.
Clark has had all this training from like normal people that fighting normally is not really a problem for him. So he was able to beat Lex
Yeah.
handily and all that stuff. Yeah, so that was done really well.
Yeah, I mean, there's like Jimmy Olsen, so that's cool. Unfortunately, he only appears for like one episode. I mean, he could
Yeah.
appear at the end.
Yeah, and you know, then you know the a lot of the wrap ups. You got Lana marrying
John Henry Irons.
John Henry Irons, like in the comics. You have all the Supermen flying. You also have Lois and Clark growing old. And honestly, this was like this was kind of a mix of a discourse like that was coming on. Like, was it necessary to see all that stuff? Like the full life of Superman, including the death and stuff after life and all that stuff. Honestly, I can accept it mainly because it's already ending, so you already know it's over. So it's like I don't see anything wrong with like continuing it further, like other things like like the twins having their families, everybody growing up, Superman getting crypto,
Yeah.
going on a walk with his dog.
Yeah. I mean, I still have like some. I'm not happy with some of the decisions they made because like, oh, they never confirmed that that Jonathan married his girlfriend. Like, I literally go through IMDb and they did not say that.
Yeah, I guess the to be fair part is like they also aged up the twins to 2 different actors. One of them being
That's it too. Like,
Bitsy's husband.
yeah, I seen Grim, so I was like, yeah, I know who you are.
But
And
but they never bring her back in any episode, which I guess to be fair, they already made a bunch of budget cuts, so
Wait, they don't bring who back?
Jonathan's girlfriend.
she has a
Candace?
she has a cameo in the last episode. What the fuck? She's in
Oh,
the
she
funeral.
does?
She's in
in
the
the wedding.
she's in the show.
She's in the wedding.
She's in the wedding.
Yeah, everyone's in
But
the
like
wedding.
I mean, to be fair, it's like you're saying like the son, he grew up, so he's older, so technically she could be his wife. But like we just don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, I just like oh well.
Jordan definitely didn't marry Sarah,
Yeah,
which is
that's
fine.
I guess
fine.
not.
It's fine. I
So
mean,
yeah, Superman and Lois.
that's great. I mean, I think like Superman died at 70 years old according to not 70 years like for like a 70 years old according to IMDb, because apparently they cast a actor to play a 70-year-old Clark Kent, but he never made it in the
Mhm.
cut. So Clark died at 70 years old.
I think it was just to show the look of the. I'm not sure if he's like actually 70.
No, the IMDb literally says 70-year-old Clark Kent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like a 70-year-old actor. But yeah, Superman and Lois, really fun, really great. I would like to binge it all again, knowing like the beginning and the end. I feel like it'd be a fun watch. And yeah, it's sad to see Bitsy and Tyler go, but they had a really good run.
Yeah,
It's insane. This is the same network that gave us Batwoman.
Yeah. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Where was this for like the past years and years of DC on the
Garbage.
CW? Yeah.
Yeah, so we only have a little bit of time, but Shadow Generations
Yes.
Operation. What are your thoughts?
I like it. Yes. Sonic Shadow Generations, a remaster of Sonic Generations and a new Shadow campaign. I guess since we don't have too much time, I'll just talk about the Shadow campaign. I think it's really fun. Most of an improvement from the Sonic campaign. Like the hub world is very much more involved now. With like you get a full open world pretty much exploration to find like all collectibles. And the levels themselves are also great. Much more challenging too than Sonic to try to get those good scores.
Yeah,
And they do a mostly right job to tie the story into
Sonic Generations.
Sonic's campaign because Shadow shows up in that. Like one thing gets they're fighting this and the Sonic part gets recontextualized.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
obviously like the big thing with the story, it's like it's kind of like because of the Time Eater is like the villain of the
Black
game.
Doom.
Like it's also bringing in Black Doom, and Black Doom is trying to use this opportunity to grow in power and all that stuff, grow in strength and numbers, and try to corrupt Shadow. Shadow is like growing some new powers, like the wings and all that stuff, as a part of the mutation and all that stuff.
Of
He
course, he did
gets to
not keep it.
Something
he doesn't get to keep because of the time lapse. Gets back to normal. But yeah, he also has interactions with Maria and Gerald from before they were killed, which all of the emotional moments are all there. And I feel like Maria has gotten such a great revamp. She's had this like in the Archie comics as well, and all that stuff. But like I feel like seeing it in a game format, and then we're gonna talk about the movie very soon. I just think they've done like a really good job, like especially with the prequel to the game, like Dark Beginnings and all that stuff, like showing Shadow's like kind of he has like the edge, but he also has like the soft side as well. And I
Yeah,
think they did a really good job with that.
I mean, this is like the one that's like explore a lot more when it comes to him and Maria and Gerald was like, oh, thank fuck, because I actually give a shit for once for the characters. Fucking, I mean, they tried with Sonic Frontiers. Unfortunately, I remember the previous games.
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh well, it's like, yeah, Shadow Generation is really good. I'm glad they bring Rouge back.
Yeah.
But yeah, they should really have Rouge in Sonic 3. Apparently this is a hot take.
Yeah, and
I remember when it was rumored that Christian Ritter's character would be like that. Should voice Surge.
No, she just for some plot device character. Please, basically.
So yeah, I really enjoyed it. I think because of Sonic Generations, like Sonic Generations was like an anniversary game. So like I feel like the story wasn't super compelling to me. It was just it was definitely more so like just enjoy playing the levels with a 2D Sonic and a 3D Sonic. And then like the gameplay was really fun, so it's definitely like something that keeps me hooked, and like seeing the old characters again in this new game. So I really enjoyed it, but I feel like Shadow Generations had the advantage of actually developing a story, because like people know the original games, like now you can focus on the character and the story with him, and they did a fantastic job with Mephiles in particular. Like, I just want to exist.
Yeah.
God, it was so heartbreaking in just one line.
Yeah, I mean, Maria's death again, really good.
Maria's
Gerald's. I mean, I
Mhm.
think the only gripes I have is apparently I have to pay $6 for one level of DLC. Jesus.
Yeah,
Christ.
the movie
Keanu
Shadow
Reeves
DLC.
Shadow, yeah.
Yeah, that is not worth it. Absolutely not worth it. If you tell me that the game has like 20 levels, like yeah, sure.
It was only like $5, if I remember correctly. It wasn't too.
$5. Holy shit!
It's not too bad.
$5 for one level. Wow.
But yeah, Operation. It was good to have you. So we got our next guest coming up. So yeah.
See you later.
See
No
ya.
problem.
So Shaq is gonna be up here. Oh, he is here.
And Shaq is here to talk about Sonic 3. What's up, Shaq?
So
Hello, Ed.
what's up? What's up?
Hello, Ed. I don't know. You changed your name to Ed.
No, that's his real name.
That's not really, yeah. And we're rocking the Moon Knight avatar. You know what I'm saying? Because we play Marvel Rivals where Moon Knight made, but that's besides the point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking Dracula. So yeah.
They announced the trailer. It's just funny because I played Moon Knight, and then they announced the big bad of season 1 is Dracula, and it's he has like an eternal night on. That's a whole other thing. That's cool as shit. That's all. But we're talking about this movie, so
who's gonna say their takes first?
So Sonic 3, the third installment, of course. After that horrible CGI monstrosity that they were supposed to use with Sonic, and then they fix his design, and then now you got a third film.
It's funny because I was reading like they're planning a fourth thing. They're also planning another TV show, and they were trying to see how good this movie would be produced. A lot of video game movies are doing well. Like for instance, like the Super Mario Bros. Movie did really well too. So it's like,
I think that's the only example. Unless you gotta mention Borderlands.
That shit was ass. Other than
No.
Yeah.
I mean, if the Minecraft movie is as bad as I think it's gonna be, that's gonna probably hurt the video game. Like, I don't know.
It's fine. Yeah. So Sonic 3.
So yeah, Sonic 3 is a little bit of it's pretty much an adaptation of Sonic Adventures 2 to a degree. Obviously with the new inclusion of Shadow, as we talked about in the Shadow Generations. It was the year of the Shadow for Sonic, the Sonic fandom. So you had both the game and then this movie coming out, really hyping up the character, which is fair. A lot of people love Shadow.
I love Shadow. Do I think he's portrayed well, like really good? I was like, okay,
I mean, he's really, when you don't think he's just supposed to be, he's just edgy, like, and I do think Keanu Reeves' voice is almost perfect for Shadow, like, which like it was because I didn't trust them when they chose Idris Elba to be Knuckles, but like that's kind of like funny, I guess. But Keanu Reeves, when he's talking, like especially when he's talking about like the stuff he's gone through in the movie, you believe it's Shadow. If I wouldn't know that's Keanu Reeves. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah. He did a lot of research into Shadow. I was like, damn,
yeah,
that's deep.
Unfortunately, I prefer game version a lot more.
Yeah.
Just just Sonic Adventures 2, I still prefer it. If only Shadow exists in that game only.
But like with Sonic 3, it's coming off of like, Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails, like they pretty much are really good friends at this point. That their dynamic is really fun together, and they get called up by Gun that there's this disaster happening in Japan going on. Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald? Yeah.
Yay! I'm sad that Shadow never said Chaos Control in this movie.
That was like the weird one. I would have thought they would have done that, but I guess he never had access to an emerald, so I guess that's the reason. Because
he's been so him even like knocking like this is one of my gripe. Him knocking when he was fighting Super Sonic and he knocked the emeralds out of him. He doesn't. Yeah. He should even know how to do that. Like because he's been on ice for like 50 years. And obviously him being able to match the strength of a Supersonic, like when he's in base form, kind of crazy. I'm a little power scaler, but like it's kind of crazy.
Yeah. It is like I guess the only, to be fair, part is like in Sonic and Knuckles, like that game, like Supersonic is in form and then Knuckles just surprises him and knocks all the emeralds out of him. But like I guess it's a reference to that.
But
it doesn't make sense. I don't know.
No, it does not. I mean, and then you just have to factor, like when Shadow goes super, he should be dominating the entire fight.
Yeah, if he was able to, that's why I agree with. If he was able to be at least competent with Sonic or competitive when Sonic is in super form and Sonic is trying to actively hurt him because of what he did to Tom. So like it's not like so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knuckles knocked the emeralds out in the game.
Yeah, don't worry. I have a lot of comparison to the games.
They did not play the song from Shadow the Hedgehog. They played "Live and Learn" from Sonic Adventures 2.
That is, I'm not gonna lie, that song is peak. That song is peak.
I was surprised that they used it, but like it's a great song and sounded great in the theater. Everybody was so hyped in the theater, like at a lot of moments.
Yeah, I mean it's fun. I mean I enjoyed it, but I can hardly call this like amazing.
I thought it was so. If you accept it for what it was, and like Sonic is a pretty decent trilogy. The story wasn't as good as, let's say, the first movie or the second movie, but like I like the moments, like the fight when they were fighting across like Earth, and it kind of reminded me of Goku versus Vegeta.
Yeah,
which like obviously I'm a anime fan, so but like really enjoying those moments, like the moments like with Eggman, like Jim Carrey also like is amazing. I don't like him being still like, because isn't he like almost 60? Isn't he like old or something like that? Like
he's over 60.
Yeah. Like to him be that spry and like get really involved in the character and play two like similar but like different characters. Like when he's basically having to battle with himself, like and like having so much humor, but it's like his humor is not like annoying. Like how sometimes the humor can be annoying at sometimes, like kind of in like Wolverine and Deadpool. Even though I love Ryan Reynolds, like some of that humor was a little annoying, but
yeah, it's Jim Carrey, so he's really good.
Yeah, he's 62.
Yeah, there's like some good parts. Like I like the scene like Shadow and Maria hang out. Like you just got a lot more insight into that. Like Shadow's like, okay, it's not just edgy. Of course, her death
Yeah.
scene could be better.
I think the death could have been a little bit better, but I do think what I liked about the Maria, like they didn't have her illness like that she has in the game, but like they replace it by like making her more like a kid, like having fun with Shadow, like playing games, like roller skating.
Like him
like that,
introducing, basically she was introducing him to the world and like watching the shows and stuff like that. And,
watching movies, yeah. I thought that was really nice, and I think they had a really good dynamic.
Yeah.
And, you know, that line is like, you know, it's been very impactful about like even though the light is gone, the stars the light still shines even though the stars are gone.
Unfortunately, I think that just the death scene was like, because just you all you have to do is copy the game cutscene. That's all you need to do.
Shoot the kid.
Just shoot her, and now it's like, okay, let's just have some guy actually trigger the explosion that kill Maria, but somehow does not kill Gerald.
Well, I mean, proximity explosion. Like he's a grown man, she's a child, so like the bones aren't fully. She's not fully developed and stuff. Like it just.
Oh no, he's like completely fine. We see it in the story in the movie.
Yeah, I know that he was crying over her dead body. Yeah, I'm very honest.
Yeah.
What would you think of what is it Gerald's plan to like basically blow up the planet with the chaos energy? Like what like.
Yeah, so it's obviously different from the game in the sense of like, well, obviously the big difference is that Gerald is alive for one, whereas like in the game, like he has the badass like you have to remember he's saying this thing in like, do you have your last words in a prison cell where he's about to be executed, and like, yeah, I'm gonna have this thing blow up the world and everybody on it, all this stuff, and there's nothing you can do to stop that. So by here, obviously with Gerald being here and being the antagonist, I think it makes sense in the sense of like how he's using Eggman's like intelligence against him so that he can like pretty much get up to the space arc and all that stuff, and
yeah, he's also
his plan. It's going to kill everybody, including myself, and everybody will die for what happened to Maria.
You also like kind of see like the difference between Eggman and Gerald, where Eggman basically is lying. Like all Eggman really wants is like, I guess, well, they're making him more a little sympathetic. Like he really just wants connections with people or something like that. Because he's so smart, he doesn't have that. And the one person he sees a connection with is really just using him for like his knowledge and stuff like that, which is kind of crazy. And like the line when they're fighting, he's like, "You're no Maria," and it's like which is kind of like obviously like it's in that moment you don't really care about Eggman, but it's like it's kind of sad because all bro wanted was like a friend. So.
I mean, I wish Gerald was not like tossed aside the climax. Like he got like tossed aside really quickly.
Yeah, it was like a little flick, and then he went right into the like the reactor, and then poof. It was funny, but like it was quick.
It is quick, and then I mean, of course, I always prefer the game version more. Like he's like he died already, so it's like you just got like you can see like his reflection with his grandfather of Eggman, and like how does it motivate him, because he can never be like his father who's like a good person.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, and that's kind of the thing about this movie is like I feel like it makes sense because they specifically said that Eggman is an orphan, so he doesn't know where he comes from or where his intelligence comes from. So having Gerald here physically to see him is like, this is where you get your intelligence from. I think it makes sense in that regard. And then also the same thing, like, because like obviously there's like comparisons between like Shadow's conversation with Amy in the game versus Shadow's conversation with Sonic. The thing is like I feel like both iterations work for their iterations, but you can't flip them, like, because Sonic in the movie has like a thing that connects him with Shadow, which is like he experienced the death of Longclaw, and how did he live with that, and like how does he deal with, like, even though Tom might be dying or he might be dead, he's still not going to succumb to his like that dark side and become evil or do something to kill somebody who doesn't deserve it or like anything like that, or you can always be redeemed in that sense. So that's like a thing that movie Sonic has, that he can actually like have that kind of conversation with Shadow, whereas like in the game Sonic is a lot more free spirited. I mean, he can have a good conversation, but he doesn't experience death or like loss like on the level that Shadow has. So that's why it's like, well, it works in one iteration, but it doesn't work in the other one.
It depends because that's where Rouge is for. You just get a lot more insight when he's talking with Rouge, and you just got a lot more. You can learn a lot more with Gun like through Rouge. Yeah, like she got to like she's like really smart. She can always like understand like Shadow what does he want and stuff, which is what I prefer a bit more. And then, but it's because they don't have it, so they have to compensate that. And the fact that I don't get it. Why can't they just copy the game and just like, okay, the gun soldier just shoot Maria, and Maria just like forgive them, Shadow. I forgive them, Shadow. I was like, why don't you just do that? Just have her say something at the end.
Yeah. So I think the other thing too is like you have the factors. Like one of the big things. This has kind of been a criticism of the game as well as like because like Shadow is a character that kind of does what other people wants him to do, and like he kind of operates based on that. So it's like having Maria not say anything before her death is like then Shadow doesn't have anything that's really fueling him, but he's fueling himself by being angry and all this stuff. I understand why people prefer that way, but I feel like that was kind of the point of his characterization in the game, like where he started off like being somebody that was operating on somebody else's like choices or stuff like that, but then slowly between each game through Sonic Heroes, Shadow the Hedgehog, and then 06, like he's finally making his own decisions, doing his own path, doing his own way, and that kind of thing. So it's like that's more of like that's a little bit more of an adaptation conversation. It's like I understand like why they kind of did it differently, but like I do feel like one last like thing that Maria could say before she dies could be a lot, but it's also you got to think about like how it's framed. They were in a hurry, they were in a rush, and then the explosion happens. There's like nothing. There's not really anything to say.
I mean, they could just make it exactly like the game cutscene. It's like nothing is stopping them just copy and pasting it. I mean, I would absolutely prefer that. But
I mean, but in context of the thing, it made sense for Shadow to still be under the thing because he goes on ice right after his one friend in the military, which was that old guy, has an order to put him on ice, and then when he gets out, which call Gerald like basically manipulating so that they like saying even though it was an accident, him saying like they took Maria, so like that was his only really friend. So I think it makes sense why he's still under basically he doesn't really have thought of him because he's not really developed because in these other games he's going through actual stories. In this one, he gets out of a tank for like I don't know like let's say a month, and then Maria dies and he goes back in for 50 years. So he's not really like lived his life or any type of life up until that point. So.
Yeah, it is like obviously like being a fan of Shadow and all that stuff, and like obviously just playing like Shadow Generations, all that stuff. So you see like a lot of comparisons. I still feel like the movie did like the best that it could with handling his character in the sense so that in a way that it makes sense for it to be a reflection of Sonic, because like Sonic is kind of like what if you don't have Tom or your friends, like how would you end up? And like that was part of the marketing as well, where they show like Sonic, and then if you had like that kind of life, they turn the shot to Shadow and the broken glass and all that stuff. So like obviously it like thematically that's kind of like what they're going for. But yeah, they did tone down the humans like a lot. Even Tom and Maddie are like in like
sidelined
3-4 scenes.
Yeah, they just like had some infiltration bullshit. It was like just tell them was like they can't just like, hey, gun soldiers, they gonna steal your stuff. Done.
Yeah, they have. Yeah,
I mean, I thought that was fine. That one guy when Sonic had to get the Chaos Emerald, that one guy from the Knuckles show.
Yeah, Wade.
Yeah, that was.
He's actually in all 3 movies.
That wasn't. I haven't seen a Knuckles show. Just that interaction alone, I don't like him. But it seemed corny as shit. Like that didn't make me laugh. Yeah.
So, God, if I explain the Knuckles show to you, it's like basically it's not a Knuckles show; it's a Wade show featuring Knuckles. So yeah, and basically like he has to teach him like how to be the way of the echidna because the plot said so.
My whole thing is like that dude wasn't even funny though. So like is it at least humorous? Like is there like did you laugh during it so home? Like
I'd give it like 10%.
I don't even. And then I just saw this guy appear again. I was like, oh, I'm trusted this powerful warrior. Who was playing fucking hockey with the emerald. Fucking hell. Well, I was like, seriously, Knuckles? This is the guy who shows me the Master Emerald?
Yes. It's all about Wade's bowling tournament, and Knuckles shows up sometimes. Yeah.
Jesus.
No, sometimes they have scenes of like Knuckles calling, "Hey Wade, so I'm not going to be in this episode, but this is what I want you to do." And then you've basically that's it, and like that's the extent of Knuckles' like appearance in some episodes, and then it's just Wade doing whatever Knuckles told him to do.
What the fuck?
It's I don't know. It's like why greenlight a show if you're not going to use the title character?
I don't know, because they realized, oh shit, money.
They don't have the budget. Yeah.
I was like, that don't make the show.
Yeah, because like that's what I'm worried about with like a Shadow show. It's like Shadow has like a lot of history that you can use, but like, will they have the budget to do that? Now I feel like they won't make that mistake because I feel like Shadow is more of like a.
What I heard about the Shadow show is there's a Shadow show, but they said that depending on how good this movie does, which call it worldwide, it might turn into a movie. Like it's just separate. Like it might turn into a spin-off movie because that's what I heard. That's what I heard. Now,
I think it's a good move.
That should be. I mean, just adapt Shadow the Hedgehog game. Just have him fight Black Doom.
Yeah, let's just tone down the fucking edginess and the guns and all that stuff.
I mean, he had a gun in the movie though. He did have a gun.
The gun in the movie, but at least it was that one time.
That's the thing. You can have if it's an energy gun, you can have a gun. So I don't know, like.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm sad that they did not reference like Ryuko from like Kill la Kill. Apparently, in game canon, his favorite anime is Kill la Kill.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he did a Kira slide though. He did a Kira slide.
He did do the Kira slide.
Yeah. Oh well, that's not. I mean, we only focus on Shadow. We didn't barely talk about the other characters.
I did talk about Sonic a bit. Knuckles and Tails didn't really get that much to do. I guess it is fair.
Knuckles really. I'm not gonna lie. Knuckles was cool. He came in clutch. I fuck with him. He's still funny because he's unserious. Tails just kind of was a little bit of a bitch, to be honest. A little bit. Like I know it's Tails. Like I know he's like a kid, but come on now. Like it's the third movie. Tee up. Like you know what I'm saying. Like
he did try to save Sonic. But
but especially in that moment, when they were he thought Sonic and Knuckles were about to fight, and he's kind of like sitting there like no, yes, like
that's the drunk parents are fighting meme.
Yeah, yes. I mean, I like the Knuckles save Tails and Sonic after Tails failed to save Sonic. That's a good one. Even though it's a bit contrived, I think.
Also, when they're trapped with the gravity stuff, and Knuckles comes in and like smashes through the glasses, like, and he's trying to break for I thought that was cool. What'd you think of that whole the Eggman laser scene where it's like it's like a joke or something like that? I thought it was humorous, the little dancing thing.
The entire time I was like, okay, you did not protect your face, you dipshit.
It was something to think about, like all the dancing. It's like, yeah, it's just not going in your faces at all. But yeah, I mean, I had fun. I mean, I was watching it in the theaters, and everybody else was like laughing. So it's like when everybody is having a good time, it's like it's good to have a good time.
It's fun, but at the same time, I just can hardly call this like it's fine. I think it's fine. There's a lot. I mean, I talk about my problems with the movie. It's like, and what they could have just adapted from the games to make it better.
But like, so Unity, like that's the things like when you're adapting like video games, like which is like 20, 30 hours of content, like getting that into like 2 hours, like the movie would have to be much long. Like you know what I'm saying? Like the movie would have to be much longer. And like I would say like
there are like a few elements that could have like because like sometimes like I feel like the other detriment is like because I know the game, so it's like when I'm thinking of the story, oh, it's gonna go that way, but then it doesn't go that way, or it's like maybe this if that was there it would have improved it a little bit, but like that's like a hard thing to discern, and like that's kind of why it's like I would have to see the movie again. I mean, I don't mind to do that. I do like the movie as it is, but yeah.
Yeah,
But that's a little bit more on the shadow side. Like I still feel like, because obviously it's not, the movie's not just Shadow. It's like it's a Sonic movie. Like, and how does Sonic tie into with the Shadow story and all that stuff? So I do think they did pretty decent with that. Their conversation on the moon is pretty much
Yeah.
one of the highlights.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
Before, obviously, before the Live and Learn.
oh yeah, there's like a lot of like
No,
good
the
dialogue.
space fight scene where you see the difference in powers between Shadow and it was called Sonic, and Shadow's doing like the little arrow thingies that are like the chaos control arrows or something like that. That was cool.
Chaos
Yeah.
Spears.
Yeah.
Chaos Spears, yeah. And then
Yeah.
they also had like obviously they had some shots from the game, like you had like the epic dap up where they turned into super forms. Then you have like where they zoom past each other in the kind of a bit of a fourth wall break, but it's a classic image.
Yeah. And then we got
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of good payoffs, like Shadow Coco died.
Yeah, I just wish they didn't reveal that he's like alive. I know he is alive. That's not what I mean, but like I wish they didn't do that.
Like you wanted to be a hint for Sonic 4. Like
like without the minute, like the mid credit
all
scene.
right, so speaking of the hint, what you think of the Metal Sonic Amy thing?
I don't know how to feel. I like Amy's introduction. I do not like Metal Sonic's introduction. It's like because Amy just one hit kill every single one of them.
Yeah, that's mainly it. It's like I enjoyed seeing them. I like seeing them. It's just like the fact that like Amy like destroys all of them by herself is like fine, but like I don't want you to deep power like Metasonic so easily that like one person could take her out with like.
I mean, well, I guess for the whole thing with robots, they could say like that was Metal Sonic version 1. There could be a version 2 or something.
Yeah.
Like to make it stronger or something. Like, my whole thing was I know a little bit of the Amy story because I'm not like I know of Sonic and I basically know up until like the Shadow stuff, but like the Amy stuff. There was also a rumor that like after that we getting Silver. I don't know that. I don't know anything about Silver. I just know he looks like he gives me Trunks vibes, but
yeah, I mean he's basically inspired by Trunks. Yes.
So that's the only thing I know. So I'll be waiting. So if I gotta watch Sonic 4 to get Silver, which is my Trunks, like we'll do that. But
doubtful. But yeah,
he will be from he is from the future, so that's like.
No, I think
they'll have to introduce kind of time travel kind of stuff, but that's a little bit down the line.
If they adapt Sonic 06 or Sonic Generation something, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, Sonic 06, very glitchy game, but I think the story was like pretty.
So
good.
From what I heard about their things, like they're trying to like, depending on how good like because this movie's supposed to. I'm saying how good this movie's done really well. Sonic 3
yeah, it's already $1 billion franchise.
Yeah, so they're trying to adapt more properties and probably gonna save like the Amy and Metal Sonic and Silver stuff for movies, but they also heard stuff of like Team Chaotix or something like that with like Vector and them. That's what that was a rumor in the rumor world. I don't know how you feel about them. I just know about the
and then I pretty much like all the Sonic characters for what they are.
The Shadow team, the Shadow show was going to introduce Omega and Rouge. Yeah, so it's good.
Hopefully
yeah, just don't bring up the human hedgehog relationship from Sonic 06. Yeah.
No, I'm still upset that they're not they have a perfect way to introduce Rouge. It's like, oh, we got heist into a gun building. It's like, who should we get? I was like, Rouge.
I think was a fucking. But I also think the hard thing though is like because they've already established like these guys are aliens, so like that was like another thing too. Is like Gerald did not make Shadow, like he didn't create Shadow the robot. He's an alien that fell from space, and I feel like there was like no, like that was just the extent of it. I feel like that was like being vague on purpose so that they can do it in a Shadow project or something like that. Like where does he actually come from as an alien and all that stuff? So that's kind of it, but I did like the movie though. I call it peak. I don't know about that. I mean,
so
as
you saw when I saw it like the day after Christmas with my brother, and I thought it was peak, but that was like my first. But I'm looking back at it, I was like really excited.
Yeah.
So and I gotta ask George this, and I asked Drew this because Drew also saw it. Unity? So what do you give the movie out of 10?
6 or 7.
So,
6 or 7 is fair, I think.
so originally I'd give it an 8, and I was saying like it might be 8.5 because I enjoyed it so much. But looking back at it, it's probably like a 7.5. I still really enjoy the movie.
Yeah, I think we're around the same
I
ballpark.
enjoyed. I just think a bit. I was a little bit more critical because I was like, "Oh, this is like really good." I was like, "Yeah, sure." I mean, I have fun, but yeah.
Now I will say, you guys probably know a little bit more of more of the Sonic lore than I do because I know Sonic lore, but not as much like as you. And
Yeah.
So maybe you're more stickler on like the story, but as a casual fan, I feel like there's a lot of like because George is really kind of casual when it comes to Sonic. He enjoyed it. So
Yeah, I mean, I felt like a lot of casual people enjoyed this movie more than the other two because like it has more like less humans and more Sonic iconography. So I think it's a bit of a sign. I mean, it's also doing well in the box office as well, so it makes sense.
Oh yeah. Oh,
But yeah,
that's
Shaq,
so
it was good. Good to see you.
good to see you.
And
so if you ever want to play, Reed Richards is getting added to Marvel Rivals. If you ever want to play,
yeah,
And also
uh,
Sue Storm.
it's
Oh,
just the new milk that everybody likes. So yeah,
it's good
yeah,
milk. It's elite milk. So
yeah.
that's
Even
mommy.
Black Panther and Namor want that milk. So
yeah,
Mhm.
makes sense. All right, subscribe to Trikage and Shaq. We'll see you next time. Thanks, man.
thanks
Mhm.
for having me. Yeah.
See you. And now we'll be bringing our next guest.
Hey,
Hey,
what's up?
Talk
How are you
about
two doing?
good.
Nice.
Good.
So, about a week ago now, I watched Anora with Unity, and
Yeah.
I thought it was very, very impressive. I was very pleased by it. I was surprised.
Yeah, it's been highly rated.
Mhm.
All the critics and all the discussion tables and all
Yeah.
that stuff, like this is gonna go for the award season, all that stuff. Which obviously there's a lot of caution whenever that happens, but
hmm
I do think
Yeah.
it lived up to that.
I hope
Yeah.
he won the Oscars. So
Hopefully.
It didn't
Yeah.
get a single win for all the nominations it got for Golden Globes. So.
Yeah.
no, yeah, somehow because they just give it Amelia Perez. Everyone just hate on Twitter. It's like, okay, fine, I'll watch it to judge it myself. Yeah.
Yes. Mikey
But-
Madison is Anora, written and directed by Sean Baker.
I haven't seen anything from Sean Baker, and I'm not that familiar with Mikey Madison at all. Or Mickey Madison.
Yeah. I only know Mikey from she was the Scream villain in one of the Scream movies. But she's made like a big jump, obviously, after Anora.
Yeah.
And the success, and I definitely see like a Best Actress nomination at the very least.
Sure.
Yeah, same. It's like, she's really good. It was like, holy shit. Because because I was just I keep suggesting this movie. I was like, after we watched The Substance together.
Yeah.
Like,
I think I first heard about it from Capital O recommending it. I think is how we both heard about it first.
oh, to be fair, I heard about it a long time ago. So, but yeah, I actually have the poster at home, a Nora poster before I even watch it.
Jeez.
You get to
Yeah.
look at Mikey.
Oh.
eh?
Yeah, I mean it's for free. My lecturer just like, hey, here's a free poster. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna pick Anora. It's better than the other movies got picked. He gave me like a Gladiator, not Gladiator, The Substance, I think, and other shitty like also was like something like Alien Romulus poster. I was like, no, I'm not gonna have those.
Does it at least have it's not the poster with Margaret Qualley, right?
It
No,
might be.
It's probably the one with the spine coming out.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Demi Moore on that one. Well,
It's not
yeah.
worth it.
Hmm.
You made the right
Ye-
choice.
Yeah.
I guess so. How should we do this? Just from the top? Just how should we go
We just
about
have to
breaking this down?
figure out how to break it down in 20 to 25 minutes.
I mean, it's fun
Oh.
because like because like this movie, it's like because this is not like a lot of plot focus. It's a lot of character focus.
It is, yeah.
was like, we should just talk about why Anora is this good.
One thing that stood out to me when we were watching it was there are a lot of scenes where you can get a sense of how the characters interpret certain situations or how they feel about each other that you don't normally get in a lot of movies I've seen. Like you truly get a sense of how each character like feels about the situation they're in, and how they feel about dealing with one another. So that was very interesting.
Yeah, because like because like the main character is like she's like entitled bitch. The
Yeah.
movie doesn't even like she wants like fame, she wants like money. That's like pretty obvious, and she's been like hating her life. I mean, she wants to be a stripper because just to like gain a lot more profit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the entire movie and then she meets a billionaire, like a playboy billionaire, and they both feed into each other's worst attributes, and she becomes a lot more selfish. And only like at the halfway point when things go haywire, she start to have like conflicts of everything that's happening. Of course she's in hardcore denial mode. I was like, oh, he loves her. It's like and she's just unwilling to accept any like nice things the other characters give to her because like, oh, no, I don't need your love. I'm me, and you obviously try to screw me over. She has
Yeah.
just a lot of trust issues. You can tell that.
It becomes apparent as well with the when the one guy, oh crap, what was his name? It's the guy that has to like tackle her and tie her down, and then throughout the movie he's trying to apologize to her, and she just keeps shutting him down.
Iger.
Yeah. That was pretty interesting as well because it shows that she's not used to people like actually caring about her or considering her feelings like almost at all.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell that from the strip club. It's like the conversation she has was like, leaving the other stripper just like, oh, I'm gonna take advantage of other people, and she also bitch about other customers.
Yeah, it's just a gossipy environment, and I thought the environment of the movie was also very interesting. It's super seedy and well shot, and I just found it very interesting to watch that like sort of grimy, seedy atmosphere and see all that how all that plays out. Pretty interesting. It informs a lot about how Anora is as a person.
Yeah, it reflects upon her. It's like
Mhm.
because here's the thing, it's like the Penguin. It's like she's not a good person. The movie does not even like try
No.
to hide that. But she's at the same time she's like the Penguin. She's an underdog. It's like because she's like she wants to be a stripper to get rich, and she's like relatable in the aspect that you always want to get money, and when that chance happens, she just takes it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course the henchmen are like actually a better people than her. They're just trying to do their jobs.
Oh yeah, the Toros are just trying to do what they're told to do, and well, not. That's what they're trying to do. Yeah, they're just trying to do what they're told to do, and these people are just making it hard. I mean, of course, they do take a lot of things too far, and they are willing to assault people to get their way. So they're not necessarily good either.
Yeah.
At least most of them.
But yeah, they just try to do their jobs. It's like, but you can get the perspective. It's like, oh, please just shut up. I just want to get paid and not get fired. And yeah, it's a love it. It's like you can get that perspectives, and then you just of course you meet the person's family, that the rich playboy's family. I was like, and you just immediately understand why is he the way that he is. Her mom is an entitled bitch who just like puts her family name above everything else, and she refuses to apologize.
Mhm.
Yeah. Jeez. Yeah.
They're
All right.
also enablers as well, because it's worth noting that he's not necessarily a billionaire as much as he is. They sort of reveal that he's more just like a nepotism baby, pretty much. He's just leeching off of their money. Oh,
Yeah.
Ranky's coming in with the sandwich allegations again.
Oh, great. Don't worry. He's got to appear in
Ranky,
10 minutes. Uh. Oh yeah. Don't worry. You have your chance later.
So I know, like, I know there's like a bit of a discussion from discourses whether, like, how did you guys feel about it going, like, so I feel like I've seen a lot of discourse about, like, the first half being like really really interesting and all that stuff, but then when it goes to the second half going into Russia and then like all that stuff, like that kind of turns some people off. What would you
Of
guys think about that?
Yeah. Of course. They can't see
Hmm.
Mickey Madison's titties. I guess. I mean, I'm sad as well, but
That's funny. I've actually heard a couple people I've talked to say it doesn't get interesting until the second act or so.
Hmm.
It's
which is
interesting.
weird because we love we love every single second of it. There's a lot of character
Oh, yeah.
informed,
Mhm.
and then it's
Yeah.
like the second half is like basically the Anora just rise for the first half, like get her status in like the first hour, and just like have everything crumble before her eyes in the second half. But yeah, she's just in hardcore denial mode. It's like she has a lot of reactions, so you just get interesting with her about like, oh yeah, when this situation happens, she has a lot to say. I was like, oh, let's just go to this place, this place, this place. I was like, don't do this to me. I'm gonna fight back. And yeah, I have no idea the discord between both sides. I mean, I guess one side is just like, oh, there's a finally plot is happening. The other side is like, oh, I love her titties. I think that's the only compare. That I think that's the way. But yeah, it's like because like remember like the final scene of the movie. It's like her having sex, and it does not say a single word about her. She does not say a
No.
single word, and she just have sex, and the camera is like instead of bombastic loud music, it's like there's no sound. Like okay, there's only like general noise, general sound, and it's not even focusing on like her sexual appeal. Just zoom closer to like her clothed part, and then she just breaks down crying, and just because this is like the first time she actually have a person that cares about her, and she's actually embracing it, and she realized like the entire time she's been screwed over, and it's like she's
Yeah.
been yeah, and it's like her life is not, and she has been subjugated that herself as a whore, and she does not, and that's basically what she is. It's a lot of reflection, and you can tell that because like the entire most of the film Anora is just in bitch mode. It's like just denial. I was like, no, I'm just doing it because I actually care. I quote unquote care about other people, but mostly I just care about myself.
Yeah, and like there's
Exactly.
some like obvious discussions about like how sex workers are treated in the industry and all this stuff, and how people treat like other people when they're in the industry. So like you can kind of see probably there's some like retaliations or anything like that because like she's either used to it or like the stigmatisms of like this is how people normally would treat me like this. So like I just
Yeah.
dish it back kind of a thing. So seeing something genuine is like kind of hard, especially like when you can just pay for generosity kind of a thing.
Yeah,
And like yeah, towards the end it's like where everything is like she gets the wedding ring back and it's like something she's never really that's like or at least that point like okay, this is like real to her now. And honestly, it is an interesting way to end the movie, just with her crying.
yeah, because like she go through the entire movie. It's like, oh yeah, I'm a stripper who has been dealing with a lot of shit. My body for sale, and then when her life is crumbling upon her, and realize that
Hello.
a lot of people does not care about her. They just care about using her. and she is basically powerless for the entire when she's facing the rich family.
Yes, yes, it is.
Yeah, it's like it's very very good. And then
Pretty
just and then it's like the crying is
Emerald.
basically the crying is basically her like her final realization. I was like, what does like she could not take this any longer. Yeah. But yeah, it's like this should get a fucking best picture. I hope this gets the best picture award for like every from all the movies we've seen so far.
Do you think Nosferatu will make it? It is in the horror genre, so like I don't know.
I'm not sure.
In terms of nominations.
It could.
No, it could. I mean, I think they will not probably nominate The Substance because that's like because that movie is pretentious.
It's also that Demi Moore also has a lot of. I think hasn't she been nominated a lot before? And then I know the Golden Globe thing was finally. It was one of those. Oh, Demi Moore's finally getting something.
This is her first win in 45 years of her career.
Yeah. So
yeah. Wow.
Which is crazy. She's been in a lot of great movies.
another one I've heard good things about is Conclave. I have a feeling Conclave might get something.
Yeah.
Maybe we watch it together to see. It's like, oh, how good that is.
I've had a
Hopefully-
few people I've talked to recommend it. Yeah.
To be fair, I love
Juror number
yeah.
2 is also talked about a lot with Nicholas Hoult.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I'll say that because like I mean because we might bring you back for The Substance if you are interested, I think.
Yeah, I'll come on.
It's gonna be a little bit later in the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we still got some time. So just reading some behind the scenes stuff. Mikey was hired without an audition. Sean saw her from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Wow.
And just used that.
I don't even remember her role in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. That's the thing.
Yeah, I think she was like one of these side girls, like with Sydney Sweeney, who's also in that movie.
I need to fucking look up her role for fuck's sake.
Yeah, she learned Russian, visited a bunch of strip clubs, practiced the Brooklyn accent. I know, like she rented out like a whole movie theater for all the strippers to watch it for free, essentially.
Yeah,
Whoa.
yeah. It's a lot of commentary of the sex industry. It's like a stripper's mindset.
I know there was like a bit of controversy about like they didn't have a intimacy coordinator there, and then Mikey got blamed for that. I mean, I know she's the lead all, but like,
that's the director's fault.
That's the director's choice.
It was like, okay, I was like, guess one person. It's like, oh my god, we got a strip club. Holy shit, I have to need an intimacy coordinator.
Yeah. Or it's like that. Like some people, there were some people who said like they were extras and all this. Like, oh, it's like the 4 people, like the director, the cameraman, and the 2 actors were fine with it, but the guy in the back, like the cup holder, he was not comfortable with this. It's like, oh, okay, buddy.
Oh, it was Mickey Madison declined an intimacy coordinator for the film's sex shots.
Oh
yeah.
I mean,
it's not really her fault. That's a director's choice.
I was like, fuck that shit. I was like,
Mm.
if I was director, I was like, fuck that shit. I'm gonna have one because there's some you got basically hire fucking everyone to get to do nude.
It sounds like they did. It sounds like they might have, and she just declined it. I'm not sure. I didn't look into it too much.
Yeah, I think she did, and like a few other people did, but like then there some extras. Like basically, like I guess like the safest thing to do is just to have one, like regardless.
Yeah.
Like, at the same time, it's like
yeah. Fun fact, because tomorrow
it is a sex movie too, so it's like you kind of have to know what you're signing up for.
Basically, I mean, fun fact. Tomorrow I'm gonna meet my supervisor because I have a quote unquote not even sexy, just an intimacy scene in my script, and I have to meet him to just like, okay, this is how many things you have to do just to get through that. It's a lot to sex. It's a lot.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
It's a head scratcher. It's only like brief scene. It doesn't even last for a minute. It's like the intimacy stuff is only a few seconds at most. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah. Last second thoughts before we bring the next guest.
Yeah. If you're watching this, I highly recommend
Anora
Anora.
is amazing.
Yeah, go see it.
Yeah, it's probably
Go
the
see
best
it. I
film
mean, it's,
that we have in our lineup.
I think
Maybe.
it's easily the best film we have. I mean, the other is Nosferatu, but yeah, I think. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, Anora. Anora is easily the best one. I mean, it's like Anora and The Substance are the ones who was highly recommended, like on social media last year, like as
Yeah.
a okay, as an original movie, and we seen both, so it was like, oh shit, like it's not even the competition which is the better one.
Mm.
Oh yeah, no, it's not.
So, Burger, it was good to have you, and we'll see you
Yeah.
again when we talk about The Substance.
Yep, I'll be back. Have
All right.
fun.
All right.
Yeah. See ya.
I need to remember which one is next. Dune. So that means it's Gizo's turn.
Gizo. Is this? Yeah, that's Dune 2.
Hello,
Now,
Gizo.
hey, no, he had. Sorry, I had to. Hello.
Hi.
Would you guys like to give your thoughts first about the movie, or would you like me to bludgeon it with my bare hands?
So I guess obviously Dune Part 2 is the second part to Dune, the first movie that came out in 2019?
It was 2020. It was a COVID
20
movie.
yeah,
It was
COVID
the
movie.
first movie to be solely on Max. Which Dune Part 1 is okay. It's not a bad movie to have as your first exclusive movie.
That's true. I've read some of Dune. I'm not like I wouldn't say like I'm an expert in any of the subjects of that. I've read like other kinds of work, so I won't really use too much of that kind of knowledge in terms of comparing it to the movie. I do think in terms of like what they've done, I really enjoyed how things are adapted, or like they've done a pretty good job like adapting the material for the most part. I think
Ooh, that's a hot take.
my biggest downside is like with the second part in particular is like there's so much like going on, but you have to remember that second part in the book happens within 4 years, and this is all happening in the same year.
Well, there's
Wait,
really,
really?
like 3 parts to the. Yeah, I really do not like the pacing. I think a lot of adaptation is ruined. For example, the character of Chani is completely swapped, and I would like to raise a point here that applies to Denis Villeneuve as a whole. Denis Villeneuve cannot write good dialogue scenes. He is a great director. He is not a good script writer.
Oh, who wrote the second movie?
Dennis was one of the writers.
Oh Jesus. Oh, that adds up because yeah, I think there's yeah.
The writers were John Spahitz and Denis Villeneuve.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
always thought that Dune needed to work as a TV show. The problem is that Dune has already had a TV show, so
Well, in fairness, that show was made on the budget of half a penny.
that yeah. Dune
However,
is pretty
I
will
will say
if it had a Game of Thrones budget, it would be fantastic.
Yes, like House of the Dragon proved that you can still do Game of Thrones style shows and pay off. You could easily do one, and well, Dune Prophecy sucks. But that's mostly because they decided to write off Brian Herbert, who's one of the worst writers of our time. Dune 2, to me, if I was to give it a comparison, it is like Avatar. You're not going to remember what really happens in this movie outside of a few memes. Mainly Stilgar because of his acting and like the Lisan Al-Gaib meme. And you're just going to remember, oh, hey, it's Avatar but sand.
I think that's pretty much. I remember like parts of it. I remember like the speech of like Paul at the treaties like, oh, I'm gonna like rise to beat the empires. Yeah, like he got
Well,
mad.
the movie itself contradicts Frank Herbert's whole point. The movie wants you to root for Paul, even though Dune's whole point is you you do not want to root for prophets. You don't want to root for them because it's basically like they can manipulate you. That's the whole thing with Dune. Paul at the end of the story realizes he loses all of his friends, Stilgar, Gurney, all of them basically become his servants when he wants friends. And this movie completely does not understand that. This movie is probably my most hated movie of all time.
Oh wow.
I hate this more than TLJ. I hate this more than Rings of Power. More than Witcher, which those are my most hated things before this. I do not like this because it completely misinterprets Dune and messes it up.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. Since I never had like a conversation with you before, so mostly outside of Discord. So like I know like we talked about Hans Zimmer score, which honestly,
I would consider this one of Hans Zimmer's better scores. I think
Yeah.
it's pretty decent.
Yeah,
I think it's. I would say like for me, I kind of find Hans Zimmer a little bit stale at times. Like I feel like the last good one he's had was like Interstellar, like or at least like something as iconic as Interstellar. But like I think Dune
Well,
is
I
like
mean, he did
where he
Prince of Egypt.
brought it back. Yeah.
He's not beating Prince of Egypt.
Oh yeah, that was a while ago. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the best movie of all time, so you can't really top it. But that's for another day. But to me, Hans Zimmer, Javier Bardem, Rebecca Ferguson, and Aaron
Austin Butler.
Yeah, Austin Butler. They are the ones who carry this movie. Timothy Chalamet, Zendaya, and Stellan Skarsgård, who, by the way, all three of them are great actors, are completely wasted.
Yeah.
Zendaya is a great actor. Just look at Euphoria. She is fantastic in that show, and she could use none of that here because she is basically used to represent the Fremen opposition to Paul rather than her multifaceted. Well, Gollum's just funny, Sty.
Yeah.
It is funny.
You see, if it's funny, it's funny.
Yeah.
Like Chani is a very multifaceted character in the books and plays hard into the message about like the meaning of prophecy because she is a priest in the books, and like she has a much bigger role. Like she is a kid with Paul. And in this movie, they get rid of Alia, they get rid of Leto II, and they get rid of Thufir Hawat. You miss out on some of the best chapters I think that have ever been written between the Baron, Thufir Hawat, and Fade, because they just get rid of Thufir. So the scheming and like plotting chapters are completely gone, which is a travesty because it means that Stellan Skarsgård can't act. Instead, Stellan Skarsgård is relegated to like a twistling mustache villain who doesn't get much to do. Similar to how he is in like the 4 movies where he doesn't have much to do rather than in Andor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got.
I will say like cutting out his diddling is pretty. It's a pretty big thing for his character.
Well, not only that, but also in part 1, he has him and Raban, which frankly every Dune like adaptation is guilty of this. They all make Raban basically like, oh, I smash things. Rod smash rock. Oh, Paul just killed something. I'm going to now kill my men. Even though in the book, Raban is actually really multifaceted. he is the only one who actually fears the Fremen and like thinks of them as a threat. In part, what would have been a conversation in part one where Baron says basically kill them all. Instead, in the book, there's a conversation between Raban and Baron that's really, really interesting that they miss out on. That could have given Raban a lot more character instead of screaming bad guy. And the fact that Baron's whole plan was, oh, Raban is going to fail here, then I send in Fade, and this is how he becomes Emperor. You lose basically all of the plotting within the Landsrad, the Harkonnens, and the Emperor for this. And you also lose a lot of the world building with the guilds. And it makes the movie have a massive convenience that, hey, why aren't there satellites over Arrakis that the Harkonnens use to like track the Fremen at all times?
Oh, I have a lot of problems with the
Which
planning.
the book actually accounts for. The Fremen basically give most of the planet's spice to the guild in order to not pay, in order to like keep the satellites down.
Yeah.
I mean-
Another thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, because there's a lot of things I was just kind of confused. Like because I watched it on a plane, so I did not like have the best mentality. I was like, oh, it's fine.
Well, I mean, I watched Holdovers on the plane, and it was pretty good.
Of course, I watched like five things on the plane that day. But yeah, there's a lot of things I was like kind of confused. Like, wait, how the fuck did Josh Brolin's character survive? You got
So,
you got
Yeah,
you got
they
fucking
cut a
throwaway
bunch of
lines.
stuff from the book where, like, Gurney basically in the book is saved because in part one they actually miss out a lot of scheming between Leto and a lot of other people. So there's this noble basically in the books who is killed. His son basically saves him to basically one day use him to strike the Harkonnens because Raban killed his dad. Hey, Burger. And in this movie, you see none of that. Instead, Gurney just pops out of nowhere, and it becomes a massive like, what the heck?
It's like the Force Awakens. Like, oh, he just slaps. He appears now.
And like, the first movie is mainly carried by Jason Momoa, Stellan Skarsgård, and Oscar Isaac. And it comes at the cost of everybody else because you get a lot of Thufir chapters, a lot of Gurney chapters, and some Rebecca scheming chapters that are Jessica scheming chapters are basically cut, which affect both movies. And in terms of the future for Dune 3, I don't know how you're really going to pull off Messiah with like the fact that they're basically praising Paul as a hero and have done nothing to show like the downfall of Shai Hulud. And
Yeah.
also, there's no Leto the Second. Leto never exists, and Shawnee is basically never getting back with Paul. So how is Leto going to work if you're going to continue, or if anybody is going to continue this canon? You cannot continue after Messiah.
So just to describe it to Unity, basically, you know, obviously Chenny and Paul have a relationship.
Yeah,
you know, when a man and a woman loves each other very much,
yeah, in the books they
have a baby.
Who's like 2 years old, I think.
Yeah.
He's 4 years younger than Alia is at the time of the final assault.
Yeah, and you know, so one of the important things about one of the big themes, like at least from what I understand from what Frank Herbert would say about his original Dune trilogy, he views it all as like all three things as like one story altogether, but like it's kind of the main theme is like sometimes it's not great to follow a charismatic lead.
Yeah.
That's kind of the point.
Yeah, always be careful of prophets, always be careful of charismatic leaders, and be wary of religion, because it's very simple. His whole message and a lot of it came from like, oh, Mussolini and a certain other man basically were so charismatic that they pushed their countries to do horrid things. And that's what happens to Paul and Messiah. Paul basically makes the Fremen genocide billions of people.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's his. it's his fault of the story. The movies don't explain it, but basically how the jihad is handled. Paul, basically, Dune is the anti-hero story. Paul, despite winning, loses at everything. He is unable to stop the jihad. He is unable to stop the Fremen from going down the dark path of killing billions in the name of Paul. And instead, he is doomed to basically watch as the galaxy burns because he wasn't able to stop it.
The fuck?
Yeah.
I mean,
That's why people like Dune a lot, because like it was very subversive for what it is as a story. But like I feel like
It's a great
the
book.
Dune movies, like they don't.
The
I do think the
movies take on
PG-13
so much.
hurts. The rating hurts it a lot. I mean, like I've heard that WB has told like, no, you can't make this 3 hours. It has to be under 3 hours, or things like
Which-
that. But even then, it's like there's still other changes that
Yeah.
still affected it without the
And I
time
mean, you
crunch.
could make like a 3-part series out of a whole first book. You didn't need to crunch it. And like, honestly, Dennis not having the balls to show Alia, which shows that he's like a safe director. Like, not gonna lie, I think Dennis is probably the most overrated director in Hollywood because at least Zack Snyder has failed. Dennis has succeeded and gets so much praise. Meanwhile, outside of Sicario, his movies are mid.
yeah. Oh god. I mean, there's some problem even if I didn't even I've never read the books because like, oh, here's a plan. Drive 3 sandworms into the castle. That's all you need. I was like, so no one ever thought of using that as a weapon to destroy any castle.
Well, they don't use the sandworms to break the castle, or it's technically a ship. They use the nukes to break it, and then Paul comes in. The Fremen consistently use worms, but in the book it's like explained. So in the book, it doesn't take just one person to ride a worm. It takes like 4 people. But in the movie, it's basically like, oh, well, Paul is the main character, so we have him ride it himself.
Yeah.
So basically, Paul makes like a better synergy, so he's able to pull off worm attacks because he's able to harness the grandfather worms and make the Fremen work together a lot more.
Yeah, and then it also adds to the contrivances because, like, oh, he finds a army that, like, he finds the Fremen who are already good at fighting and that kind of thing. So it's like they just
I
needed
mean, all the Fremen
Paul.
are good at fighting, so I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Call that
But like in terms of like teaching like the military aspect, like that's kind of the stuff that took 4 years at least until Paul was able to get up.
The military aspect was already there with Stilgar stuff. However, in the book, in part 1, they completely ignore how like the vast majority of the Atreides units were already with Stilgar. Like Gurney, Duncan, and Fufir were during the attack all with Fremen units, and Stilgar had a much like closer relationship with Paul. Like they met more than once, so like Stilgar knows how to find him because Kynes and Duncan basically point him towards Paul, but they don't show it because in part 1 they get rid of Kynes as a character basically, which is really sad because he's one of the best characters in the book.
Jeez, there's a lot of things I need to catch up on because like the more it sounds like, why the fuck did you not just put it in the thing? Because I'm gonna be honest here, after the end of the movie, it's like, okay, what's the point of Zendaya's character? I was like, set up for a sequel. That's basically my interpretation. She just got mad. I was like, oh, I trust you now, and I don't trust you.
Yeah, even though the last line of the book is literally, "We will not be remembered as wives, but as concubines," between Jessica and Chani, which Chani stays loyal, but she's really Paul's wife.
Yeah, and I feel like the reason why they probably did it this way is because like since they got rid of Leto the Second, and like that was like, Leto the Second was kind of like the way of like connecting to Paul's humanity, and once he's killed, like that humanity's gone. So I guess like their way is to get Chani gone is the way to compensate, but like that's not really a compensation.
Yeah, it isn't. I will say though, it's also a reason. I think it's a way for Dennis to be like, no, we aren't doing God Emperor. I don't want to do something that risky, even though God Emperor would be awesome if it was in the right hands.
Not him. I mean, if they should just give it to fuck.
Give
What
it
should we
to
give?
honestly, I would love a Dune made by Edgers, made by Matt Reeves, somebody who's really good at competently making scripts.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it's like I don't know Unity, but like there's a reason
hell,
why Dune
give it
was such
to
a
Peter Jackson.
Yeah.
Give me Peter Jackson Dune. That actually sounds amazing.
Unity. That's why there's like a lot of like Dune has like inspired a lot of like great writers, like like Game of
George
Thrones was
Lucas.
George Lucas. They were all like inspired by Dune.
Well,
in particular.
I wouldn't.
Well-
George was not as inspired by Dune. More his works were more inspired by Lovecraft and J.D. Vance. But Frank Herbert definitely had an effect on him with magic, and also with Daenerys' story, especially.
Yeah.
However, he is outside of.
But I do feel like he has like a bit of like don't like he kind of has like a similar vibe of like following Ned Stark, but like you're not actually supposed to follow Ned Stark, kind of a thing, or having like a protagonist that you're not really supposed to be following the whole time, kind of a thing.
Well, yeah, like also a protagonist you're not really supposed to root for. And I think that inspired a lot of Cersei chapters, and also like Theon chapters, because in Game of Thrones you have a lot of like chapter POVs that are of basically the antagonists, the people who are horrible. Look at Cersei, Theon, and a lot of the Sand Snakes. It also is like George Lucas's main influence. Maybe you could argue second, besides Akira Horisawa. But he basically Dune inspired the Force, and also later Dune books inspired Warhammer 40k, mainly God Emperor Dune. So Dune is effectively like the Lord of Rings, like the Lord of the Rings, but sci-fi.
Oh, nice. There's like minor problems that I don't think they address. Like, where the fuck is Poe's shield? They just like, oh, she has a shield. Yeah, that's gone now.
Well, they don't basically autistically stress it as much as in the books, where like the Fremen don't use shields because they can basically expertly go around them, and also it makes the worms go like tismy as hell.
That was not explained in the movies. Holy shit.
Yeah, it was not. It's explained in part 1, but it's never brought up in part 2, even though the vast majority of people did not watch part 1 because 1, it's on Max, and 2, it came out during COVID. And at that time during COVID, most people were hooked on Disney Plus with Mando and Book of Boba Fett and Kenobi.
What the fuck? I mean, that explains. There's a lot of shoe inconsistencies. Like, you got a fucking Gladiator scene of Austin Butler.
And Denis just had a message about today, like he's not doing anything post Dune Messiah. It'll be
That's been a thing for a while,
But yeah.
a few months. He's basically like, yeah, I'm stopping a Messiah because I don't have the balls to do God Emperor and do like Leto the Second, even though it's really entertaining.
What if Leto the Second is with Irulan's son? Florence Pugh.
And also,
That would defeat the
it
point
would
of Leto the
be a
Second.
way to also like get rid of Alia from the story, and instead you can focus on Paul and the Fremen in Messiah.
Yeah, my God. I mean, I remember like they have Leia Seedox in the movie. I was like, what the fuck did you do? They have Anya Taylor-Joy in the movie, and all she has is a one scene of a flashback.
Yeah, which is basically their way of getting rid of Alia, which is a shame because Alia is a great character in the books. It would be really hard to pull off in any form of live action. Like,
Yeah, because Alia is like a
you would
2-year-old.
need like a Gollum, basically. Like, you would need probably a person in a mocap suit who can be CGI'd to be looking 2 feet.
Oh, Anya Taylor-Joy is Alia. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically Alia is like a 2-year-old who has like the wisdom of like a like a billion-year-old kind of a thing. So,
In the books, she is like 4
so
at the time
the
of
way
the
that
final
the way
battle.
the TV show gets away with it is by having like they age her up just a little bit, like get like a decent 5-year-old, 6-year-old to just say some
Yeah,
heavy
and
lines.
I
But
think also 84 does that, but they have the 5-year-old playoff as a 2-year-old.
yeah,
84 Dune is fun, by the way, and this movie tries to copy it a lot, especially in the third act.
No, I think the movie's like a lot of styles, like a lot of shots like looks really good. But at the same time, I just think about the story, just a lot of it just confusing. I have no idea what the fuck Leia Sedo's character mean. I mean, I've seen Florence Pugh's character, and I'm still kind of confused.
It's a lot better, and she's basically tied to all the scheming parts in the book that are cut out from the movie.
yeah. I mean,
What-
and then the idea
what?
is like marrying her is like with
Basically,
Cheney.
whoever
Is like
whoever owns her or whoever wins the duel basically gets the right to marry her and then gets the galaxy because
yeah,
Emperor is going to die. And like also the Emperor, I don't like the casting. I think that 84 did it better because the Emperor is
Yeah.
supposed to look like 50, and he's supposed to be a very stout military man.
yeah,
And this movie also copies 84 with a silence scene, trying to do the bad audio reverberation. And it makes no sense because Alia is supposed. The reason why she says the Bene Gesserit says abomination in 84 is because Alia is in the room. Meanwhile, in this movie, Alia isn't even born, and she says abomination after the scream, which doesn't make sense. So it's basically a bad interpretation of Lynch, which I find hilarious.
Yeah. To be honest, I probably just lowered my score for this because I have no idea what the. I mean, the more you explain this, the more I just like realize. Oh yeah, I basically do not understand what's happening in the movie at all.
Yeah,
just
it's basically Avatar.
I mean, it's like here's the thing because because it looks much better than Avatar and the words are a lot more flowery.
yeah. I can understand that.
Yeah, I can see that. Like it looks a lot better than Avatar, because at least the people aren't CGI.
And I love that they have like fucking people who can fly in this movie and they barely bring that up. They're like
Yeah.
jetpacks and shit. Yeah, I never liked the technical aspect in the world. They now just have bazookas that can blow up like helicopters or shields.
Well, they never explain it, but in what was cut out of part 1 is Kynes. Kynes is instrumental in part 1 for basically like bridging the Fremen to the Atreides. Kynes is the leader of the Fremen, and he basically like started terraforming the planet and built factories for the Fremen to build war machines. Like, the movie portrays the Fremen a lot like the Na'vi, where like they're natives and stuff. But in the books, they have factories. They mass produce their armor. They mass produce pistols that can break through shields. They mass produce swords and bazookas and water and whatever they need.
Oh Jesus, that's a lot to cut out.
Yep. I think this is probably one of the worst adaptations of all time.
It depends. Yeah,
This
I mean,
is up there with Wheel of Time, with Rings of Power, with Witcher, all of the bad ones.
I mean, it just tricked a lot of people thinking it's faithful.
It's summer blockbuster.
I mean, it's
Trust me,
like
in a few years, this movie is probably going to be forgot about.
probably yeah.
It's going to be like a Michael Bay film.
I'm not gonna lie. We were gonna forget about it, but we just remembered you like to talk about, or you like to talk about in some capacity. So it's you know what? Let's just put it in the video.
Yeah. This is very much like it is going to be a Michael Bay film where like name a Transformers movie. You probably don't remember what happened to that movie besides probably Dark of the Moon where Chicago gets hit. Think of any of those films, and that's going to be Dune 2 in like 5 years.
Jesus. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Oh, it's like Wicked. I'll say the same for Wicked. It's like a lot of it. Just like, oh, it looks faithful, and then the more you break into details, like, oh,
Well, Wicked is going to be remembered by a bunch of
theater
Broadway
kids.
and theater kids. It
And
has that
50-year-olds.
advantage.
Jeez, yeah.
Literally, pick a high school theater class, and you
Yeah.
have fans of that movie.
I will say that.
Yeah, that
Yeah, it's shot very well, but it's a Denis film, so that makes sense.
Dennis is one of the greatest, like, in terms of like lighting, shooting, in terms of the direction sides of stuff with the camera. He's
Yeah.
probably one of the best in the industry right now. I'm very thankful that this movie like didn't have the directing capabilities of Zack Snyder, and there's just a broken pixel in the middle of the movie. But he cannot write.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
honestly, I recently rewatched Blade Runner.
or 2049.
Yeah, Blade Runner 2049, and I felt the same thing because people only really remember that movie for the Ryan Gosling scenes of like him looking up into the purple light, which is a great shot and also a great meme.
Also, well, to be fair, there's also naked Ana de Armas, but that's
Yeah.
neither here nor there.
And that's going
Yeah.
to be like with this movie. You're going to see like memes in the future with like Lisa Nalgaib with Javier Bardem saying Lisa Nalgaib, and then it like cuts to the beautiful shots of like Paul walking out of like the sandstorm with his army.
So
Which,
we do
you
have to
know,
wrap it up just a little bit.
All
Uh,
right.
Do you have
Yeah.
any last thoughts?
I do not recommend this movie. It is it is mid at best, terrible at worst.
Probably just mid for me. Yeah.
I personally, I am biased here, so I will say it's terrible for me. However, that's with a lot of adaptation stuff that is left out, even though that adaptation stuff also harms the movie. It sucks, and I'm probably not even going to watch Dune Messiah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen. I don't want to watch Dune Prophecy anyway. So
It is
Yeah.
based off Brian Herbert, who is he basically made Dune into Star Wars. I would not recommend.
oh,
And I
well.
mean bad Star Wars Legends bad.
Makes sense.
Oh shit.
Dune would work better as a TV show, but I think because this is the third adaptation, I don't think we're ever going to get that anytime
Give
soon.
it 50 years.
In 50 years.
Well, let's see. The last one, well, the sci-fi show never gets remembered by a lot of people because it's on the Sci-Fi Channel and it's made off like the budget of a penny. But the Lynch movie came out in the 80s to 2020. That's like 40-ish years or something.
Yeah, so give it 40 years.
I don't know, 2060, maybe we'll get a show. I would really enjoy a Peter Jackson Dune, because Peter Jackson, when he's really into it and like has no interference, can be just beautiful. He could do it without a lot of CGI, but it's probably never going to happen.
Unfortunately, 2060 is too far in the future. If
I
we're
don't
talking about
know.
Peter Jackson specifically, but yeah.
Give it to Edgers or something like that. I would be fine with Edgers getting it. I would be fine with
Yeah.
Reeves getting it.
Yeah.
Nolan would have worked, but he's not going to do it probably.
No, he's not.
All right,
Yeah.
guys, it was good having you.
Yeah.
It was good being here. Are we
Alright.
going chronologically, by the way, or is it just any movie?
We're just kind of
Okay, good, because I'm like, 2 hours in and you're only in February. Jesus Christ.
no, it's not. It's not. We were just hopping around. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I wish you all a good night.
All right.
Have fun
Thanks, man.
reviewing Penguin when you get to it.
We
Oh,
already.
yeah. We already
Yeah.
did, but yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Alright, have fun.
Alright,
see
Thank
ya.
y'all. Goodbye.
Bye. Goodbye. Good day.
All right.
Rangi.
Rangi is up, and we will talk about something good.
The wild
Hello.
robot. Hi.
Hello, Rangi.
Hi, is my sound okay?
Yeah.
It is.
All right. Yeah, it's first time I've actually been able to catch Red on a stream.
Yeah, that.
You get busy every time.
Yeah, no. The thing is, like, I like to duck when things are bad, so that's just a joke. Nah, but I'm here now.
Yeah, but speaking of things that are bad, let's talk about something that's good.
Yeah, but yeah, that is a good one.
Part of me wanted to like linger on that so I had a hot take.
God.
But
Yeah.
I was a little worried for a second. Not gonna lie.
So we watch it together. Don't worry.
Yeah. Unity and I watched this together, and I was honestly very surprised. I had sort of a, I was sort of worried because I heard the way I'd heard the premise of this movie. I didn't really think it was. I was kind of like, oh, a robot in the wild. I guess that could be good, but I didn't know if I trusted the idea. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I thought they handled it very well. It reminds me of that because I grew up watching like VCR tapes and DVDs of like the Disney Renaissance and like also and like the Pixar stuff, and then at the same time you had like the rise of DreamWorks come while I was a kid too. So I've felt like very few Western animated movies have like captured that for me at least, and I thought this captured that same like feel, that vibe to it that like WALL-E does, for example.
Yeah, of course, WALL-E is better, but still, it's
not as good as WALL-E, but it probably is. I'd say it's kind of going for that same sort of theme.
Yeah. I mean,
I also think like for like this being a DreamWorks movie, like DreamWorks had like a rough year, especially with we talked about two other films, Megamind 2, garbage, and
I didn't even know that existed.
and Kung Fu Panda 4. Really bad.
Yeah, I mean, so we just like, I only watch it because like, hey, do you want to watch a Wild Robot? I was like, yeah, okay, fine. I would just watch it for stream. I was like, it's good.
Yeah, and I remember we were really surprised when we learned the fox is Pedro Pascal, because I didn't recognize his voice at all.
Yeah, I was like that's Pedro Pascal. I was like, yeah, he's actually acting this time.
I would say that. I don't know if everybody would say that.
Yeah, he was definitely because his character, I feel like, is kind of represents the general views the island has. He is very much somebody who is of his nature when we first meet him, and he's kind of the first one that's kind of swayed by this like new mysterious being that has arrived.
Yeah.
So the Wild Robot is based off of a children's book by Peter Brown. Obviously, it's a little bit different because in the book, it's like the robot is the only one that can talk. It's basically the robot. So it's described in like third person, like Razum is like this. These are how the animals feel. It's like that kind of writing for kids. So like none of the animals can actually speak to each other. The robot can't speak to each other, but they do like grow a friendship among each other, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's obviously the movie has to do a little bit of a work by giving characters the voice actors.
That might be able to be done, but it would be a bit more artsy to do it that way. And I also don't think it would work for like mainstream audiences.
Yeah, or it's like it could work for like a short film, but I don't know about a 90-minute film.
Not like a feature length.
No, yeah, that's basically my take. I mean, it's like because all the characters are really good. Okay, most of the characters are really good.
Is there anybody in particular, or you want to save that?
Okay, I'm gonna say this. If the movie ends at the 65-minute mark, it would be a 10 out of 10 perfection.
Oh, you're talking about the whole. You're talking about the fight scene.
Yeah, the what is it? The retrieval robot. Yeah, it felt really weird that retrieval robot would even have a personality.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah. Honestly, I thought the the geese fight versus the robots in the dome, I thought that wasn't needed. I feel like the fight at the end could have been
Yeah.
like having that one fight at the end was enough. Having two fights was a lot.
The geese fight was another thing because I was looking at it like, Jesus, you're shooting like plasma guns out of the open just to kill some geese. You're destroying stuff.
Just open the windows.
Yeah, you could open the windows, but also just if you feel like you want to kill the geese, I feel like there's a lot of more efficient like systems you could have that would do that.
I mean,
Birdshot would probably be less destructive.
Or just like the sleeping gas.
Obviously, this would not be in the kids' book, so
yeah,
we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, when we watch it, it was like, oh, this could be a good end because like, oh, there's like still movies like, and then we just had the Destiny. We're like, fuck. And then we were so worried that movie just straight downhill afterwards. And then we just
I think that it's a very important scene for our little goth.
Right.
What was his name? Like, I'm terrible with names. Sorry.
Bright Bill.
Bright Bill. Yeah, that was it. I think it's very the older Goose kind of sacrificing and Bright Bill having to kind of man up and take the role of flight leader. I do think that's an important like character thing. I just wish it was done better.
Yeah.
Because
I liked it for the sense of like you take the lead since you're familiar with like how robots interact, while as the geese they're used to being afraid. It's like it makes sense. I understand all that stuff. It is just a robot is shooting blindly into.
I hope that stuff is like insured. There's some guy there's some future guy that's like, bro, well, the robot blew a hole in my dome. Is it defective?
Yeah, that's like.
I have to get this fixed.
Yeah.
And the long neck, the older geese was voiced by Bill Nye.
Yeah.
We talked about Pedro Pascal, Lupita Nyong'o.
Oh, yeah.
Mark Hamill is the grizzly bear. Matt Berry is the beaver.
Yeah, and I thought this whole like story, it had very strong like core cast of characters, which is for me at least, characters are probably the most important element of a story. Like a plot can be really bad and have a lot of stupid moments, but I'll be a lot more forgiving if it's got like characters I can get invested in and like, and this had that in spades. Especially Roz. It's really hard to do the balance they're doing with Roz with kind of the robotic sort of like best way to put it is Roz, the robotic sort of insincerity mixed with an actual like person who's kind of like a curiosity that's trying to understand what it means to actually be a thinking, feeling being.
Yeah, she's really good in this role. I was like, oh, that's Lupita. I did not realize that. It's like, yeah, you just slowly just like get her perspective. It's like what's programming means, and she just like, okay, I'm gonna program to serve the people, so I'm just programmed to save all the animals. Like, which is informed because after that scene we got like her just saving every single animal in the country. I was like, oh, in the island, but that's like, oh, this is so good. I was like, oh, fuck, when family will go back to quality.
Yeah, well, it's interesting too because there's like this story is really like interesting in how it's segmented because you've got the kind of the first part of it, which is Roz essentially adapting to the island, and which is a whole new world for her, and kind of just working to raise this gosling that, well, she feels that's her task, because she's a robot that's designed to just be doing everything. You can kind of assume this is a world that's been like everything's been automated away with using the robots.
Yeah, it's like there's like a bit of world building. It's like, oh, you get the fact that this like robots in containers are really normal and stuff, and it's like, and then it's got a bit of more backstory of like Ross, like what her model means, and it's like her first struggle with like, oh, should she go back or should she stay?
Yeah, that's kind of it, and it's also like because she has given herself this task, it's very much a, well, I have to do this task first, and then it's like, oh, should I go, or should I say the task is technically done? And that's kind of when it really feels like Roz kind of redefines the task in a sense, because it goes from just until the Gosling is fully grown to kind of, okay, well, once he's accepted by his own kind. And then that's when Roz first used the beacon, and if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, the beacon is like a lot of moral struggles between like Ross is like, oh, should she use it? Should she comes back? Of course she decided to choose not to until like the shitty company just comes back.
Yeah, but it's also Roz goes out of her way to try to understand what she is, what is she, what's different, like the nature of her own existence, and that's such an interesting thing to see from a robot, and also makes sense given she's had to like be rewriting her own programming in order to complete this task of basically being a mother.
Yeah, that's basically.
And it's been rewritten to a point where like when she's talking to another robot that was also part of the typhoon accident, and when she tried, like, that robot doesn't know what she's talking about because Roz has kind of had to like alter like her coding so that to make it sense to, like, this is my task, but like you need to do this, and this, and like that, and those are the kinds of variables that makes you more human.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, though. I feel like basically she's kind of gone on this journey already to this point where it's like, oh, well, something's not right. I'm encountering a problem with this task that my normal robot programming doesn't work with, and that's why she's probably had to alter her code. You get the impression that I feel like any Rosalind unit that was put into the same position with the same experiences would end up exactly like her. That was interesting about it too.
Yeah, it's gonna be, that is the interesting aspect. Of course, like everything about like Ross and the jungle stuff was like, oh, brilliant. Like how she like struggles, like, oh, the bird returned, but he might not care about her that much because she has her own group now. And then we got this, yeah.
And you kind of have the standard like fitting in because obviously, Bright Bill isn't a normal duck either. Because he's been raised by a robot, so obviously he has like some weird habits, some weird views on how you should act.
And he's stunted, like he can't fly or swim properly.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he's a runt. That's what they call him. Yeah, so he's and he had to learn other ways to fly other than the standard goose ways because he didn't grow his body didn't grow to the same like proportions that would make a goose able to fly in the way they normally do. So he had to learn from the hawk.
Yeah, I see. That's true. Yeah, I mean, played by the guy from Mission Impossible, so that's cool.
Yeah, it was just cool all around. He was a neat little side character. He doesn't have a major part, but he's still, he's around.
Yeah, I mean, he comes out for a fight scene at the end, so okay. Oh my god, I really do not like the threat.
Yeah, and I like the way the migration is treated before you actually get to it, because it's treated as like this big kind of harrowing journey that it's kind of a pilgrimage as far as the Goslings treated as, which I kind of like. It feels like that makes sense as like how they would view it.
Yeah, that's true.
And I also like a big thing in the third act, prior to the action scene, is like it's like winter's coming and all that stuff. So all the animals are like freezing. It's like a really
Yeah.
bad storm.
Yeah, and
Since they have the resource of like making a hut with like fire and all that stuff, so why don't we just bring
Yeah.
all the animals here? And there was like a really great. This is like I feel like Pedro delivers this very well about explaining like how you guys are busy like fighting or doing all this thing, hating each other and all this stuff. But, like this thing that we were afraid of, just did everything in her power to like save all of you. So you might as well just like respect that.
Yeah, the winter part I think is basically it is the finishing of the Fox's character arc, as well as just kind of it's a nice way to like progress things on the island rather than just seeing Roz kind of sitting there being sad, debating about going back or not.
Yeah.
And it also helps establish the reason why all the animals would want to risk themselves and want to fight for Roz.
It is a
One
good.
could say she brought unity among the community. Yeah.
Yeah, and I thought that was really neat. I didn't feel like we needed the ending battle. I thought that was kind of it felt unnecessary.
It's not just unnecessary; it just caused a lot of problems.
Well, especially because then Roz goes back right after. Goes back right after that. It's like you wasted 20 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, what happened? So for me to break down this shitty scene, I was like, okay, they should just end this. I was like, this entire sequence holds back a lot. Not just that. I mean, that's at least that sequence. At least that 60 after the 65-minute mark, that scene is just quick. This one is dragged on. So how does this happen? Okay, so the fact that the like blue bite arrived back the same day the robots are gonna take her back. I was like, okay, that's the first contrivance I noticed.
Yeah,
And
Bright Bill got back that day, basically that day. Yeah, no, that's contrived, but it is also.
But like actually, not entirely, because like she was waiting for him to come back, and then she sent the beacon as she saw him like come back. Because like
yeah, I guess that yeah, true. Actually, yeah, you're right.
That's fine. But at the same
in
time,
terms of the action scene, is like what I like from it is like the unity of the animals, like fighting to defend her and all that stuff. Like in terms of like that does seem like the thing to do. Like have them like try to fight and all that stuff. The whole fire stuff is like it's also fair. I mean, they didn't expect it to self-destruct and cause like a forest fire. It is a lot.
The problem is the problem is it's like at the end of it with the police torch then she's just like, no, I'm gonna go back anyway, and it kind of undermines it, I feel like.
And the fact that there's a lot of like inconsistent motivation issue. Because apparently the entire time was like, oh, what do you want? So I want to pluck your information out of you. So what do we do? Let's just fucking shoot her and have explosion arrive next to her. I was like, my god. What?
So the idea is like you can like destroy, like you can like, you don't need the robot to be like sentient to like steal the data. So like even if you blow it up, if you have her head, like that's enough.
But
in terms of like getting that information, it's not just that. It's not just that though. Like because like the thing about Roz is like she's also thinking, as the other robot was saying, is like, you're like, destroy me now. It's like, we'll just keep coming back and all that stuff. And that's the thing that she thinks about before she decides to leave them for good, because like that threat of like, we're still gonna come back even if I'm gone, kind of a thing.
I don't mind it as an idea. I feel like it feels really weirdly like placed to have that happen right after that resolution. I think it's a case of it makes sense, but I think it affects the kind of the dramatic sort of emotional kind of payoff of seeing the animals fight to defend this basically outcast.
And And
I
the
do
fact
like
that they
that.
have like, yeah, there's just a lot of logistic issues, and then it turns out they can just like beam the beacon and just like shoot Ross out of it the entire time. It's like, oh, should just do that.
Why didn't you open with that?
Yeah, and the fact that there's only one person in charge of the entire shit. There's no security guards. Like that
Well,
fucking robot is
you-
the only thing
well,
that's in charge.
People suck, to be fair. So, but I guess robots aren't any better. So what do I know?
No.
Uh,
You think they just have a remote off button?
No, but nope. They just gonna steal this, and this robot just like has so much that like okay, the evil robot has so much personality for no reason. They're just like, oh, I have a lot of hentai.
I didn't mind the evil robot having a personality.
she's also voiced by Lupita.
No, that's not voiced by Lupita. I think it's voiced by.
No, Lupita voiced she voiced the.
I think she voiced the.
She voiced the broken robot.
No,
yeah.
no, that she's for this the tentacle robot is voiced by Stephanie Hughes.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Everything everywhere all at once.
Yeah, so I mean it's fine. I mean, guess I guess I stretch it, and then just like here's a fucking monologue. I'm gonna make you steal your data. You are not gonna fucking remember everything. Shut up and just steal it.
I think my big problem with that character was mostly just that it feels kind of like they're trying to make up for the robot is not really a presence until then, so it feels kind of like, well, we needed a villain, so here is the villain, and let's make them memorable by giving them a lot of personality. But yeah, fair. That's probably what you have to do. But a lot of it did just feel like why are you telling Roz that you're gonna steal their data? Why not just we're just lie to her even?
Yeah, lie to her. It's like when we were doing Arcane season 2, when we were like, oh, like when like okay, what the fuck is it called? Oh, okay, I forgot. The ambassador just like have 5 kidnapped. Let's just have a speech about we've been paying me. That's why I want to kill you. Shut up! I just killed her already.
I guess the thing is like with the whole lying aspect is like that was something that Roz knew how to do when she lied about I'll be right back, I'm going there, and it's like, oh, did you lie? You like that's what Fink was saying as like a praise. So it's like I guess like with a robot, like can a robot lie? Do you have to say it though? Is a question, but like I don't know.
Well, I feel like if this was established things before, was it? Yeah. I don't remember it being. I mean, I feel like the Roz unit went live, but I feel like the retrieval unit that's dealing with like robots that acquired sentience, because it's weird. It felt like because the retrieval unit specifically says how it's trying to put them at ease, so maybe. Yeah. I can only guess this has happened before.
Because the other thing too is like Roz is like has to develop her personality to what it is now, whereas like here, like Vontra, she's like already has a personality by the time we get here. So it's like it is tough to say.
It's a case of I'm wondering like why she was programmed with the personality, I guess, when Roz becoming kind of gaining that personality that is such a major thing of the show, and like, because she says she's acting that way in order to basically put people at ease and make it easier to capture.
What the fuck? If I saw this robot and you act like this, I would be scared of shit.
Oh, this is the thing though, but she's a robot retrieval robot, so it doesn't make sense.
I mean, you expect like a retrieval robot to look nicer? And not a fucking hentai over in my body.
It's a small blemish overall, though, on an overall all great film. I think I gave it like I'd probably still give it like a proper 8 out of 10.
7 or 8, yeah. It's like this. It's just like everything about the evil company just holds it back from being perfection.
It makes me kind of both interested and scared for the wild robot too.
Yeah, because because according to the book, it takes place in like the technological world.
Yeah, it makes me like, well, learning more about this world and how the robots work, it could fix some of these issues, but it could also make them a lot worse.
Yeah, there are like 2 other books as well.
Yeah,
Jesus.
yeah.
I will say though, like I mean, honestly, like I'll give DreamWorks that though. Like DreamWorks has been really failing for their sequels of old IPs. Now they just went back to their own thing, and it's did pretty well. So hopefully
I'm
that
hoping they learn good lessons from this. Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Did you watch
Hopefully.
Transformers, Rongi?
No, I haven't. It's been on my list of things, but I'm not a big Transformers buff.
Yeah,
so.
I know it's been rated like really high.
No,
Yeah, I've heard a lot
But-
of good things, but I haven't seen it.
It
I
was
haven't
like
seen it
it
either.
was competing against the Wild Robot at the same time. The Wild Robot got the box office money, but Transformers One didn't.
And
Uh,
this is the other thing with the Western entertainment industry, though. It's like, we're not seeing this type of thing come out of Disney. Like Inside Out 2, I've heard good things about, but I'm not interested in Inside Out 2. So,
Yeah,
we
which is
gotta talk about
we're
it.
gonna
later.
talk about it soon.
good. Are you the guys having another guest talk about it with you?
Actually, we don't. for that
No,
one.
we have enough today.
Okay, maybe I'll check that out just to see it. But
Yeah,
overall, I don't know. I'm just so done with Disney. It's destroyed so much that people care about already.
honestly, the thing here is like the Wild Robot being something new for DreamWorks, and it did really well. But like Disney has Inside Out 2 did really well, so they're gonna probably go back
Yeah,
to doing because like Luca did bad, even though Luca was during COVID. To be fair, even though Luca's like,
I'm hoping that DreamWorks takes this as like a maybe we should try some new stuff and take some risks with new IPs because this worked out well. I'm hoping they learn the right lessons.
Hopefully, that's it. That's my only that's my thing. Hopefully they do well, but hopefully they will not learn the wrong lessons. I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair, given that there are 2 sequels, Megamind 2 and Kung Fu Panda 4 only have bad reception, I doubt they will.
I feel like that's the thing. I feel like Kung Fu Panda. There wasn't much you could do with this. I feel like Poe's journey was already done.
yes, but like now they're saying let's do another trilogy. So
Yeah.
what do we know
With Aquafina,
with Aquafina?
Oh no!
Hollywood is trying to make Aquafina a thing for some reason.
Isn't she from like Shang-Chi? Was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the only like thing I could think of that I know for a fact she's been in. You guys
Yeah.
might end up hearing some background noise, but I think we're done talking about the wild robots. So
Yeah.
I can probably
Is any,
pop out now.
is any last thoughts before you head out?
Yeah, like I said, I hope this is a good sign for DreamWorks. It kind of, that's the thing. I would kind of put it similar to where I would put Puss in Boots, The Last Wish. I think The Last Wish is better, but
Yeah.
I'm hoping DreamWorks is gearing up for like a proper Renaissance era with a bunch of like particularly good things, but it's so hard to ever tell. Hollywood always learns the wrong lesson in some way. We just have to hope.
And how do you want to pitch your channel for people to subscribe to?
Okay, yeah, I can plug myself real quick. I'm Rangi Nui. I do gaming streams, and I also do streams about anime and other like sort of Japanese animation mostly. I might branch out into some Western animated stuff at some point. I haven't decided on that yet, but yeah, you can check me out. I saw my link is already in the description. And usually I kind of just do this. I have a guest on, or I ramble on my own about an anime show or a movie, and I also have a podcast with Iron Mandrill and Laughing Lulu, which gets re-uploaded onto my channel.
Yay!
So yeah,
Nice.
you can check me out.
All right. Thanks a lot, Rangi.
Thanks a
Appreciate
lot.
it.
You gentlemen have a nice night.
We
I'm
will.
gonna get back to my D&D game.
Sure.
Okay, that's
That's
fine.
good, man.
Uh,
All right, and Burger, we'll call you back up now to do the substance before Unity and I do our other topics we want to talk about. So we'll do the substance now, and then
yeah, let's talk about the substance. So you don't have any poster for that, right?
I couldn't find one. All I had was a picture of Demi Moore from the movie. That's the extent. But we're talking about the substance now.
So
I'll just check if Burger's back.
hi. I'll just text him.
Yeah.
If not, we just got rumble about other things first. To be fair, I think I have some movies I have on
Oh
our list.
shit! I didn't realize.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
I saw the order and I thought it said substance wouldn't be till way later.
Oh, okay. I saw you in the like waiting, so I just thought if you wanted to get that out of the way.
Yeah, let's talk about the substance. Fucking
Sure.
Yeah, we
Let's
can
do
that
it.
now. So
Works.
the substance.
Yeah.
I am familiar with the director. She also did Coralie Farge. She also did like Revenge, another small indie type of movie. This is like one of the first movies. Like this one actually has like a lot of reception.
Yeah.
Or at least from the mainstream audience. Yeah.
That's so.
Yes.
So should I talk about like how did I watch this? So I was like, because on that day I was doing like a theater, like a nighttime theater performance on stage,
Mhm.
and I was like about to head home, and I saw a message. It's like, "Dude, do you want to watch The Substance?" That midnight, I was like, "Fine." I mean, I heard it's good,
Yeah.
so
Oh yeah.
so I watched it. So I decided to watch it because my next performance like 1 p.m. So it's like it's fine. It's like we just got if it's good, and then we watched it together. I was like, "Fuck."
I know. I was so disappointed.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And then I actually saw it a second time because someone was just offering to see it a second time, or to show it a second time for me.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of issues with the pacing the first time around that I didn't have the second time around. So
Yeah.
I thought the dance scenes were more took up. I felt like they took up less time the second time for whatever reason than they did the first time. They weren't as long as I remembered them being, and the ending stood out to me more as far as just odd pacing goes.
Yeah,
So I know my take is a little bit different because like I actually didn't really hate the movie the first time around, but I think that probably might have to do with the fact that like it's like a horror movie that we haven't seen in a while, or like in that aspect that I feel like horror in general is kind of like the medium where like I feel like when something is different, it gets a lot of praise.
Mm-hmm.
Something like
That's
that.
how it often is. For a
yeah.
while in the
The
2010s, it was just if something doesn't have a ton of jump scares in it, it would get praised a lot.
oh, that's what happened with the first Omen last year, which apparently everyone praised it as a prequel, and I heard nothing about it now. So
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about it.
but yeah, that's
Um,
the substance somehow has a lot of buzz.
Yeah, she got the Demi Moore got the Golden Globe for this movie, and to be fair, she's very good in the movie.
Oh
I'll
yeah,
give her that. I wouldn't say the Golden Globe's undeserved.
no, yeah, I mean she carried the entire character in her back.
I'm not going to lie. Her character seems like a bit of a dumbass at some points in the movie.
It's like,
So there's
yeah, and the fact that she was like, okay, how do you get this billionaire to trust you? It was like, oh, I don't know, just have a nurse. Just like, here, you have a good spot. This will help you. Let me be fake about this.
she
And it's
was
like,
the perfect specimen, is what they said. Which it seemed clear on the second time what they meant, except it's still weird and it still raises a lot of questions about how the whole company even
This-
operates or any of that.
Substance.
yeah, and if I was the company, I probably would not fucking think of using a billionaire and like a popular actress in Hollywood. And
so I know, like, I guess just to like kind of briefly describe it, basically, Demi Moore's basically like a famous celebrity once back in the day, but as age goes on, she even had like a star on the Hollywood walkway, but like now as more time goes by, like it's forgotten and wants to be replaced by somebody younger, more beautiful, that kind of thing. So it's obviously like there are some commentaries about women and their beauty appearances and stuff like that. So I can definitely see like it being very connective. I know like it's like, especially from the women audience, they definitely really love this movie for what it was going for.
yeah, it's certainly unique and it's really horrifying. The effects, I'll give it that.
Yeah.
The effects are very good, and the message is it's a neat message. It's just the movie's very on the nose about it, and a lot of the characters that aren't Demi Moore are basically just caricatures, despite what the director would have you believe.
Jesus, yeah,
The director's another one of those.
she's a nut job again. I mean, and the fact that I was like, okay, when I watched this movie, I was like, okay, I'm studying being in Hollywood. I was so confused how you even understand Hollywood system. If I was like, oh, she has no roles, like, okay, what do you do? Oh, I gave up after I lost my only gig, apparently. It's like, oh, this is 2024. And you are a popular star. I don't care your fading. There has to be someone who offers you.
Yeah,
roles.
there's definitely things that she could do. That's the other thing I'd consider, is that in today's day and age, there's definitely things you could do.
Dude,
So there is that element of it.
literally,
Yeah.
I post.
It's still like the whole body dysmorphia kind of thing. Like, especially when somebody wants to go on a date with her, and like she already tells her that you look beautiful, but like she keeps looking at pictures of Margaret Qualley's and like comparing herself to her, and it's like, okay, then go back and like changes her face, then goes back, she sees something else as a flaw, and then she tries like basically that where she's like hurting herself at that point, trying to look pretty, even though some guy already said that she looks beautiful already. So like again, it's probably just a little bit more that I know what the film is going for, but like
No, and
I know the whole thing about the substance, like you can be your separate self, or like it'll basically separate you for like 7 days, and then you have to switch back. How does that switch work? Not really sure.
Well, that's where it gets a bit confusing. So it's the way they describe it and talk about it is basically like a mitosis split where another body comes out of you. Oh, shut up, Rangi. Another person comes out of your back, and then you actually have to sew your other body back together. And then there's this what is it, a blood transfusion, it seems like, where how you get between each conscience for each body.
Essentially, like, I mean, the needles,
but okay, because at first we were convinced that, oh yeah, she just possessed the other body to do a lot of shit, and then it turned out it turns out when she switched back, she didn't realize nothing.
Yeah, it gets confusing. It seems like they want you to think that they're the same person, except then they do things that are independent of one another. They do things that the other doesn't remember at several points of the movie, and it's hard to square that away. At least for me, both of the times I saw it, it was confusing and hard for me to understand. At least I've talked to some people about that and just haven't gotten anywhere as far as understanding how that works or makes sense.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that like the director is like, oh shit, I insist that that's how it works, and then what you present is completely different. So that's all
Yeah.
the confusion. So every time we switch to like Margaret Qualley and Demi Moore, it's like, okay, what the fuck is happening?
The movie's very selective on what they do and don't remember, which people have tried to say that it's related to their dwindling sanities, except that just doesn't add up in the movie.
So it's a little weird because the hyperlink in the Wikipedia refers to this as dissociative identity disorder,
What?
which
What?
like
No.
like it says like like Elizabeth and Sue begin to view themselves as separate individuals, which is how like somebody with DID would view themselves
Well,
as like,
fuck you. That's not.
but like
that-
they're clearly like transporting or some kind. But like it's weird because like then you see like when Demi Moore gets like to a point where like I don't care about anything, like I'm gonna eat a lot of food, and then you see like she's made like a print in like the chair because like, she's been sitting there all weekend or something like that. So and then when Margaret Qualley goes into the apartment, she can see that the print is still there. So like clearly like there is some level of like separation between the two characters.
There is.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And
I
that's
mean
one of the biggest problems with the movie. And then another big problem is Demi Moore is just told that she can stop it whenever she wants to, and
She just
she
don't.
just she just doesn't terminate the other self when being I get well the problem is that they don't make it because the problem is that from the way the movie plays out, you don't get the sense that Sue and Elizabeth are two separate people. So
I
you're
mean,
just wondering like Demi Moore's not getting any benefits from this herself, and she's starting to see Sue as this separate person. So why doesn't she just stop?
yeah, basically, and then the more confusing is like because you have like Elizabeth and Sue wake up like they're both conscious at the same time, and then it's like that should be the most obvious they are not the same person anymore. It's like okay, why do you even risk anything? Because okay, I really hate like some movies do that because like remember Anora? We talked about this
Yes.
at the ending. We just like Anora does not even say a single word, and you understand everything about her like, immediately. What the fuck does the substance do? Before the Demi Moore died, the shitty fight scene, she has a like
The
long
fight scene is
speech.
funny.
Yeah, but like before that, we got like a long sequence, like explain why she feels about that way, and it's like really clunky, but it's like you're me, you're the younger me, and to a person who basically could not even hear you. And I was like, okay, you clearly. And when I saw this scene, I was like, okay, you clearly did not do a good job with your character, and you need this long exposition scene.
I think the problem is like if it is like if they're trying to go about it like with DID, then like that's already like going like kind of flagrant in another direction because like DID is a real condition and all, so it's like to medicate it and supernaturalize it and all this stuff is not a healthy thing to do. In that sense,
I didn't get the DID thing at all from watching it both times. Actually,
I mean, they did not sell out any DID, that's for sure.
no, the
Yeah.
idea of it's actually very interesting. It's just all of the characters that aren't Demi Moore and Margaret Qualley are basically just caricatures for the most part.
Yeah, like literally all they say is like, "Oh, I want to fuck Sue." Like, Jesus, those are the
Yeah, it's which I get that I get it. That's the point they're going for. It's just I found it very on the nose, and then like I said before, I had some issues with how it's paced.
I mean, there's a yeah, I don't even know because like there's a lot of like, and then you just realize like Margaret Qualley is not even. I don't even know what's her character anymore. It's just
Yeah.
carried by.
I mean, because like she treats it like, oh yeah, I know about Demi Moore. My mom used to like her, so I guess she's a part of my life too. Even though, it's better to be new or younger and all that stuff. So treating it as separate individuals and all this stuff. Or like when she was on the Tonight Show, Margaret did really well. Demi did really well.
They're both
Yeah,
really.
all the actors are very good. Yeah.
I mean,
And
yeah,
then-
those two carry their own characters.
Yeah.
The main problem is basically the writing is not. I have a lot of questions that I don't see answers for. Is my main problem. All the
That's
acting effects and all that are very good, and I will say that Demi Moore did deserve the Golden Globe. I'd say that.
The
Pretty good.
the whole practical effects of the monster was pretty
Mhm.
good,
Oh Jesus!
Oh, yeah, it
that
was-
scene.
despite looking horrible.
Impressed.
It's just from the, I will say though, I did really like I liked the cinematography for how it was going about.
Yeah,
like,
it was pretty
you know,
interesting.
close-ups, like how they handle with food, disgusting kind of thing, or
The
and then like
gross
you see
stuff.
like the star, and like you see how it like multiple people like were like appreciating it. It was like really cool, like, oh, I got to see it, and then people walk over it and like step, but somebody drops pizza on it, like as if it doesn't matter anymore. It gets cracked and all this stuff. And then like when the shot like ends with her puddle, like she's like laughing and like smiling on top of the star, and then like she turns to a pool of blood, but then it gets scrubbed over, forgotten, all that. So
Yeah.
it's like the thing is like I think there's some decent ideas in this film,
No, I think like the first scene is good. It's like
or
you
is
know,
at least like, I can see why people liked this movie.
no, there's like there's a lot of
Yeah.
commentary. It's like what that's like the meaning of a star fading away. It's like basically shit you see, basically shit they done better in A Star Is Born, but still.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean
Let's
I
watch
reckon
that
this-
one.
But you see, like this is like body horror.
oh,
Yeah, it is. It's
Yeah.
clear-cut body
So,
horror. Yeah.
so I guess like yeah, it's like I also get it from like I think it is like I think the commentary is like what is like connecting with people, or like the fact
Mhm.
that it is like something that we haven't seen in a while, like this kind of like The Fly. Obviously, there's
The
a lot of
Fly,
inspiration.
a
from
lot
it.
of Cronenberg
Thing.
movies like The Fly or body horror or have elements of it.
Yeah, I mean, if people just want to see like a concept of like a star, what the meaning of a star fading away, how they deal with it, I just say just watch A Star Is Born.
And if
And
people
then
want
watch-
body horror, I'd
watch The
recommend just
Fly.
watching The Thing or The Fly,
Yeah,
another underappreciated one.
I mean, by the way, haven't you talked about the climax of this movie? Fuck, I
Oh,
remember.
right. The oh boy.
They're basically fighting each other with the whole like injecting the serum and everything. So like there was so she had like this termination. So they have like a thing like that does termination, but like when she puts half of the serum into her body,
It
She's
isn't
not-
half, it's like 95% of it, and she
Yeah.
stops at the end, right before she's about to use all of it up.
but like but like stopping it just like there is enough that splits the personality into two different people. So now
What?
Margaret can
Yeah,
see. So Margaret can see. Well, I don't mean like the personality thing. I
No,
mean, like, they're
I
both
think
two
it
separate
was
people now.
Demi Moore gave what's her name? Margaret Qualley she did something. I think it was a blood transfusion thing that she used to switch bodies. I guess she did that.
Basically, like because they did so much like switching and all that stuff, and like doing the injections, like extra injections that they shouldn't be doing, particularly on Margaret's side. That's like it was enough to like split them into two different people, and then Margaret saw that she had like the thing in her leg, the termination thing, and then that's what kind of starts the fight. Because
It wasn't.
to explain.
It was well. It wasn't. It's a bit semantic since it wasn't in the leg. It was the just next to her, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
It's
yeah,
almost nice. I guess it's nice that they label the bottles like in big bold letters, but that's useful.
yeah.
I wouldn't want to have a termination thing like right next, like, and not know what it is.
I mean, you would think that if it's medication, you write it in the medication bag or something. It's not right on the syringe.
I
No.
think I think it's fair because they're all syringes. Then like,
Mhm.
or you can multicolor
Another
them.
thing that was ridiculous with the climax is the part where so it's established very clearly earlier in the movie that as Demi Moore as Margaret Qualley's been not using these drug properly, it's had adverse effects on Demi Moore and it's been aging her, and by that point Demi Moore is super old and decrepit, and it's shown earlier before she gets fully decrepit that she had to like crack her leg so she could like get up and move around. So she shouldn't be able to freaking outrun Margaret Qualley in the fight scene.
Hmm.
And then Demi Moore is also hilariously like durable in that scene. She's super durable for no reason.
Yeah.
It's very strange.
And then we got the fact that she just inject herself and turn into Godzilla.
Yeah, she injects herself, and then her suit injects herself to become the monster. I forget why she exactly did that.
She just like she's dying. That's
Oh,
why.
yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. I remember now.
So-
She was.
Yeah, she's dying. Of course, I'm so weirded out because like, oh, I'm dying. Let's just pull my teeth out, pull my fingernails. I was like, don't do
Oh,
that.
that was so stupid.
Yeah.
Pulled out one tooth, and then she starts pulling out two more. Then her ear comes off, and then in the elevator, her fingernails coming off, so she pulls it off.
Jesus.
Yeah, but and the people
It's just-
don't really care because she still looks pretty.
Right.
Yeah,
And
it
then-
was strange.
Standards conversation.
Uh,
I mean, but like, it's a nice meme. The smile without teeth. That one. All right, I've seen that gif a lot.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then we just got like inject herself and she becomes like a big monster. It's like, oh my god, I'm like a fucking. I don't even know what to describe this.
She's a Cthulhu monster.
Yeah, Cthulhu monster.
Abomination, yeah.
Abomination, and then she just cut the fucking picture of herself on the painting
Oh, that was
Stick on her.
absurd.
and fucking stick on her face, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, it's Demi Moore!" Which, by the way, they're expecting market quality. They're not even expecting Demi Moore. So it's like, just come in. It's like, okay, my god. I know you look like a fucking gorilla, but still, come in. And no
Oh
one
yeah,
can-
I'm not sure how that thing would get past security exactly. I mean, there is the element of it is a heightened reality, except there is the one doctor seems more aware of what's going on than anyone else does, which I feel might poke a bit of a hole in that. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, even that was like, oh, even if I accept that Godzilla exists in this universe, they are not expecting Godzilla. They're expecting market quality. So of course they're not even gonna let her in.
All you care about is boobs, and then like a boob grows in the middle of her eye or something like that.
She vomits one out.
She vomits one out. Yeah.
I was like, yeah, because like they're commenting about the sexualization of women in industry or something.
Yeah.
I was like the
then
dumbest
she,
way
like-
possible.
She like, and then her arm breaks, and then like gushes blood all over them.
Yeah. Where's security? And then just got give a speech. Was like, hello, thank you. And then she
Yeah.
just died next to the Hollywood sign.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, by the way, because I have no idea how the fuck this consciousness works. I don't even know is this like original Demi Moore with conscious.
I mean, it is because like she's like thinking about like all the times that people praised her as she laughs as she's dying as well. So clearly has her thoughts, but then it's also like, oh, you
rules
just
are
have to
so bad.
remember the things that made you happy was when people liked you, and that's pretty much how that ends.
Yeah, because the rules are so bad. I was so confused at the end. I was like, wait, did
I'm
you even
honestly-
have it?
I'm honestly curious, like, because like Corley hasn't did like her last film was like 7 years ago for Revenge, which is a lot smaller in scale. Like it's basically about a woman who gets raped by 3 men left for dead, but then she basically has her, Kill Bill sort of kind of a thing mixed with Rambo, getting revenge and all that stuff. So it's something small, simple, and all that. So I'm curious, like what got to this point in terms of like it's definitely a lot more ambitious. I'll give her that.
I mean, she made a bunch of stupid said some of stupid stuff. I wrote 146 pages, only 27 pages of dialogue. What the fuck? She just like, oh, I don't want dialogue. I want to use colors of the background to show characters instead of, using dialogue to inform characters.
Yeah, she does. She's one of those, and then there's also
Which
the
isn't,
element of.
Isn't like a crazy thing, right?
Mhm.
You don't use color of the background to showcase characters. I'll give you that. I mean, it can symbolize. It
Yeah,
can
you
it can
can.
enhance
It
it.
shouldn't be everything.
It's like, and you can enhance it with the colors, and it's like there's a lot of good movies does that. Like Wes Anderson does that, but at the same time, he won't be like, oh, that's the only way I do that. And fucking Tim Burton does that.
Mhm.
Yeah, like, it's just basic film school shit. Oh, right, she directed The Sandman. How do I forgot?
It was only one
Didn't you
episode.
say she did like the bad episode of that show as well?
Yeah, she directed a bad episode. Like what episode is that? It's like episode.
I don't think the direction was bad though.
Oh yeah, I have no idea. It's episode because like The Sandman is such a weird show. I mentioned that already, but it's like the first half is better. Just there's like some good episodes and then some bad, and then the last 5 episodes are just straight up bad. I mean, not counting like the bonus episode. The last 5 episodes are continuously bad. When they're like facing some roles and just like when Rose is in the show, that's just continuously bad.
Yeah, that writer was Vanessa James Benton, so a different writer for Sandman.
Yeah, but holy shit, she really has a big gap when it comes to like what's her next project.
But yeah, any last thoughts?
Well, I mean, there were some aspects of the substance I like. There are some like neat scenes or some neat moments. I like the acting a lot. I like the visual effects were very good, and the cinematography is good. Unfortunately, there's a lot of unanswered questions I had about the writing and just stuff that I didn't think made a lot of sense. So yeah, I didn't think it was all that good, sadly.
No, yeah, I think it's just really bad. It's like there's potential in it, and I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest, a lot of it is just carried by like the cinematography, the acting, and like it's like I think the best is like the first scene of the entire movie. Like that's like the best visual storytelling. Unfortunately, she thinks the dialogues are unnecessary shit. I mean, not counting the fact that whenever sexist character just made sexist rambles for some reason. That's where most of the dialogues are. Just have like characters like, I want you to fucking that Demimore's ugly piece of shit. Like, get me a younger, harder person with a hot ass. Actually, he actually said that. That's where most of the dialogues are. Priorities.
Well, I think I've said all I have to say about that one, at least for the
All
moment.
right, Burger, could
Fun.
you recommend your channel?
Huh? Sorry.
Just, shout out your channel. What is it about?
Yeah, so I'm Burger Weister, and I've mainly done coverage on organized chaos, and I'm planning on doing more of that. I also wanted to do some coverage on what the EGAD at some point, Lily Orchards, writing tips video is also one I have in mind. And then I also wanted to do, eventually, I wanted to branch out into media coverage and tackle the lighthouse at some point with just a group of people on a live stream setting.
Yeah,
But yeah,
good.
that's all I got.
All right.
Thank you for having me on.
No problem.
Yeah, have a good day.
All right. See you
As
later.
well.
Oops.
It's fine. Yeah, so you hear our take of the substance now.
Yeah. I understand. I guess it's more of like I get what it's going for, and I just feel like I needed more time to explain some of these aspects because I could see why it was being paired up with Anora back then, especially when you have two hot women like Margaret and Mikey Madison in movies at the same time. So I get where the comparisons were coming from.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can do
Eh.
this.
Let's see. What's the first thing to bring up? Seriously?
I'm not able to get any more pictures
Oh,
to this point, so this is the best I got.
Doctor Who.
So, Doctor Who, well, I guess it depends on what you want to call it. Series 14,
Series
season
14.
1.
Series 14. Fuck you, Russell T. Davis.
It should have been called Volume 1. I still stand by that.
Yeah, book 1 or something.
Volume 1, Book 1, that would be Chapter 1. Chapter would be a little bit too hard to do because of the seasons. I think volume and book is like a better idea. Something different. That way you let seasons be the classic Who, that niche, and then series be your middle stuff. It is what it is. But that's not what we're here to talk about. So try to figure out how to condense this all down.
Oh, that's easy. What do you think of the Doctor?
Too much crying.
Yeah, because it's simple. All 8 episodes. What do you learn about the characters? What do you learn about Ruby?
She's a girl who has like a mysterious thing in her past, and that's the extent. And
she's hot. She's charismatic. Totally not because of Millie Gibson, by the way. Definitely in the writing. Totally not because of Millie Gibson. She's nice.
So my thing about Doctor Who, because like obviously, as I've said like in all the other Doctor Who videos so far, I am not a Whovian. I have started watching it, so I don't have everything about what is the Doctor and who the Doctor is and all that stuff. And I will say that for the first time, since this is going to Disney now, so Disney has more control of Doctor Who. I'm already kind of surprised that Disney, the company known for making toys, does not really have any of that for their season of Doctor Who, which is crazy.
Yeah, probably because of backlash, but still.
Yeah, but you see, Russell is kind of like him coming back was definitely the highest selling point in general, especially when you consider how the 13th Doctor was represented, I'd say. And, bringing back David Tennant as the 14th Doctor. And then, the Christmas special having not Christmas, but the 60th anniversary having 3 parts to it before, our brand new Doctor with QT Doc Gawa. Obviously, there was a lot of and there was still that one good episode, the Blue Yonder.
Yeah, but I think that's the extent after his return.
Yeah. I honestly, I will say, what's crazy is like in this new season, I feel like the 2 episodes that weren't written by him are probably the better episodes of this season.
They're the better ones. Probably there because there are some things to latch onto, but yeah, that's it.
I mean, you got Moffat, another classic Whovian.
And then the person who directed Loki. That's the other 2 writers. I mean, she writes it with some other people, but still.
Rogue is probably one of the better episodes.
Yeah, because there's something between Rogue and the Doctor.
It's all fast. Definitely the pacing is one of the biggest issues.
Yeah.
In terms of everything. I mean, like a lot of those things here is like a lot of setup is like going to let's just go on the next adventure. And I think like if I'm not mistaken, like the first episode of the show is like 6 months after the Christmas special or something.
No, the second episode is 6 months after Christmas special.
Okay.
Yeah,
'Cause I
that's a
know there's-
wild. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a wild decision. Uh,
I would say the biggest issue for it mainly is because the Doctor and Ruby don't really have enough time of like she has not that much time of like learning things. Like a lot of the stuff is like it's already here, the next companion, as if like that's not like a learning process.
yeah,
Especially since this season is like treated as like the new introduction for new Whovians, I guess. So it's like I feel like you would want to do more on the exposition side for the new audience, but I don't know.
yeah. I mean, how I describe this is I would be like it feels like the Doctor and the Ruby's relationship. I can describe it as like it's how you see people in the bar. They just talk about it, fun talk, but that's it. They're just fun talk. I mean, I guess they are nice to each other. They're friendly. That's it. That's all I can say. There's no conflict. There's no growth. I mean,
Yeah, because like most of all the season is like pretty much the big thing is like where does she get her power? Or like why is it that whenever she walks somewhere it starts snowing? Why is this cloaked lady pointing at the Doctor like he's like some kind of psychopath? What does all this mean? You know who else is asking this question?
who else?
Sutek.
Yeah, the goddess of a god.
So I don't know the episode where he was in the Tom Baker season for the Fourth Doctor, but I know he's a villain that was like what 50 years ago.
Yeah.
And what was that thing? Well, I guess before we talk about Sutek in general, I guess like what would you like to say about the previous episodes?
They range from bad to like horrible. I mean, I don't really have much to say about this previous episode because I was doing a rewatch and I realized they're so tedious. I have barely anything to say about this. I mean, you can see a lot more like political allegories, like in the first episode, like abortion. Second episode, I don't know. I don't even know what's the allegory of the second episode. The third episode, it's like war bad. Fourth episode, nuking the world, it's bad. No shit. It's so weird. There's just barely anything to latch on to. And I mean, if I want to say something, I'll be like, oh yeah, the second episode wasted the Beatles. Like, oh my god, they could have do the Beatles with a single episode, but no, they just tossed them aside for a god episode.
Yeah, the Maestro.
Oh Jesus.
Let's see. You got Space Babies. I think that was one of the better episodes with the Doctor in particular. But then it disappears for like a few episodes.
Yeah, I mean, there's like I don't know, episode 2 they mentioned like Susan. That's it. Yeah, you can see how little Doctor Who series 14 is.
Yeah, and you see like because like the Maestro also is like you're gonna deal with the one who waits, all that stuff. So
yeah, I mean she got defeated because the Beatles just played the right notes. I bring that out to Rangi last night, 2 nights ago, and it was like, okay, how do you defeat him? I'll just play the right notes from a song that you can actually Google. So he was like, so you can just defeat him by just playing a YouTube video. So I was like, yeah. That's how much was defeated. And
there's also so many like fourth wall breaks. I don't know why you would, as if it's Deadpool or something.
Mystery box. I mean, we can just go to the last episode because this is how hollow it is.
What about Boom? It was highly talked about
Bad.
because it's Moffat.
I mean, there's Moffat did a bit more for the character for like Ruby and the Doctor in that episode than like Russell T Davies do like in every single one of his other episodes.
It also
That's-
has this trope of bringing in the new companion as a character, but as a different person. So there's that Farada Setu.
Yeah, it's like there's like something. I mean, it's like there's something about like Doctor is like, oh, unwillingness to just like keep fighting. There's like even face the odds. It's like, okay, there's something there.
Honestly, I don't think it was a great idea to put the Doctor as the one who steps on the mine. Because like we know the Doctor, this is the third episode, and you expect us to believe that the Doctor is going to die. Like that was probably a bad choice. I think you probably should have put like Ruby or another character that at least like the audience can like latch onto. Like if they die, it would be bad. But I guess like if you put Ruby's foot there, it's like she hasn't been established that much either.
I mean, or if they want to just tuck the hostage, put the kid have the kid stab on the landmine.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's not much to latch onto as well.
73 yards is also highly regarded. It's the highest rated episode.
The fuck does that do with Ruby as a character?
It's a paradox.
Nice. I have no idea because everyone hates the ending. It was like it does not make any sense. It's just paradox. So what the fuck is the entity? I have no idea. I was like, what does that do with Ruby as a character? Well, she's struggling more emotionally. I don't know. It's like she does not. I was like, here's the thing. She's so family oriented, and every one of his family abandoned her, and I don't think she reacts that much. It's like after one scene, she just does not care anymore.
It also has the whole like, well, the whole thing changed. So it's also like, oh, this time like we didn't see the character from before, but like we go back into the past, but they look at the person this time or that kind of thing. Like there's like contradictions in the bootstrap. But I'm going off of memory, so because this is all the way back in June.
No, I rewatched that episode. It's absolutely nothing.
I remember Dot and Bubble was like that TV
The
world kind of thing.
Black
Social
Mirror.
media.
It turns out
Black
she's
Mirror.
racist. It turns out she's racist. So that's why she wants to kill herself. No, I'm serious. I was like, so the logic at the end is like she's racist, lol. So that means she's gonna venture around the world. She knows she's gonna die.
That was like the one time I felt like I think that was like the time after a while that I felt like Gatwa did like a pretty good job in terms of like handling as a doctor with that is now a black man at the very least. So
yeah,
I give him that because like I think one of the biggest issues with his doctor in particular is just like he's not given that much to do overall, and then when he does get stuff, it's either like crying or general quirky doctor kind of a thing, which is fine. I don't know, but I feel like the separations when you compare like Eccleston or David Tennant or Matt Smith in particular, it's like you can feel what makes them different in that sense. So I guess like it took a while for him to like get set, I guess.
Yeah, that's always. It's like so yeah, I don't really have much to say about Dot and Bubble. It's like Black Mirror episode. There's like some development to be honest. I think Ricky and like Poppy Beam or something has more development than the Doctor is itself, and then they just ruin like Mindy Poppy Beam or something at the end. Because you see she's racist. I was like, yeah, she also does not want to die. That's why she listens to the Doctor. But It's like so at the end she just character assassinated herself by just like, oh, I'm gonna kill myself because I'm racist.
Rogue is the Bridgerton like episode.
Probably the best episode of all of those because there's something between Rogue and the Doctor, and even something between Ruby and the Bridgerton girl.
Mhm.
That's it. That's all I say. It was like she cares about her. Like don't care about toxic people. Ruby side, Doctor side. Like, oh, you're lonely, just like me. Oh,
Yeah. The Legend of Ruby Sunday and Empire of Death. Sort of like
fucking
two-parter finale.
okay. The Legend of Ruby says fucking nothing. Is a big mystery box that if you rewatch it when answers revealed, it means nothing for the characters. Done. Also, you didn't hire children to fight people.
This is really funny because like they get the way it ends is like there's like this unsettling demonic voice where it's like Susan Triad, and then it's like Susan Triad Technology or Sue Tech or Sutek, the god of death.
Uh-huh.
Nice. And what was the thing that they revealed about Sutek in particular? The one who waits.
Yeah, that's apparently acronym. So he's like in TARDIS since forever.
Yeah, so he's been. So from what I understand is that so the Fourth Doctor put Sutek in a time vortex, and that's what got rid of him. But I guess it didn't get rid of him. He was latched onto the TARDIS for at least 50 years.
Yep.
So basically, and then there's been all those memes of like, think about all those times where Sutek was during these like great moments of Doctor Who.
Yay.
Watching.
But I mean, the other thing I say it's like Kate Stewart's character assassinated in both episodes. She's not a pathetic loser who just listens to a doctor's command instead of like the commanding president is like, oh, I am gonna fight the war. I'm willing to okay, she's all about the greater good and stuff. And it's like, nah, let's just listen to the doctor's command and next episode she just killed her. So basically she just gave up.
Yeah, and then you see Sutek has like the intention to kill everything in the universe and all this stuff, god of death sort of thing.
Oh yeah, that the reference you text. Boohoo. Anyone cares? No.
And you see the thing is like he wants to succeed, but the problem is like he can't because he wants to know who is Ruby's mom.
Some reason.
So yeah, it's like that's just a mystery to me. I just don't understand. Like this woman has like all these powers. Like who is the mother? What about the dad? I don't care about the dad. So yeah, and then he tasked the doctor like to like go find out who the mother is, kind of thing. Oh, remember that impossible like intelligent rope?
Yeah.
It's just a regular rope you could find at Walmart.
And it kills the Yaguai.
Yeah, so the doctor finds out that about the mom, but it turns out the mom was like, so she was wearing a cloak. Why was she wearing a cloak? I guess it's cold outside. Fine. But then she points like mysteriously at the doctor. Why did she point at the doctor? Nah, she wasn't pointing at him. She was pointing at the sign that says Ruby Road.
Jesus.
And so who is the mom? Is it Jenna Coleman?
I wish. It's some rando.
It's just some random. So you see, and what inspired Russell T. Davis that decision?
The Last Jedi.
Yeah, it's like I watched the Star Wars movies. I don't remember which one it was. I like the one where they said that Rey was a nobody. Then there was a movie that said she was somebody. I didn't like that movie, but I liked the other one where she was nobody. So
Yeah, so suffer the same consequence as TLJ. Fuckhead.
yeah. So why was it snowing when it happens? Don't know.
I mean the only behind the scenes explanation is why did she wear a cloak? Because time shrouded her.
Time shroud. It's like,
Jesus.
bro, you could just say it was cold outside.
Yeah,
It was December 24th. It's okay to say it was cold outside.
it just I mean ignoring the fact that the last series established that time is actually a living entity.
Yeah. So is like time like on Ruby's side or something? Like time is shrouding her.
I
And
don't
then
know.
it's just funny too, because like if you listen to Russell T Davis, like he's got a lot of things to say. Like he's pretty bad at like interviews and stuff like that, but like he's like it was pretty obvious.
Yeah, I mean, fucking, how you been in industry for like 40 years or something, and you're still really bad at interviews?
Yeah. And it's like it was like time shrouded her, like duh. Like how did you not know that?
I don't know because I watched the show.
Yeah, so oh, and they said like she was 15 years old when she dropped Ruby off. So, you know, the dad is a predator, I guess. That's why we don't see him, he's in jail. So
Yeah,
I guess that makes sense, but like do you think that was a 15-year-old dropping off a baby? The person in the cloak. Like let's be honest.
no.
No,
I
there's
mean,
no way.
there's like some really shady dialogues as well. It's like, oh, if death plus death equals life. Genius. And also like, oh, when the doctor defeat you by throwing you a time stream, destroy the universe. What did you do? Throw him in the time stream again. Genius.
And yeah, so you see Sutek actually does succeed. He does kill the universe, but he chooses to keep the Doctor and Ruby alive because he wanted to know the secret too of like who is her mother. So basically, Sutek is an audience insert kind of a thing. Everybody was wondering. So yeah, so that's why it's like I'm not going to kill the Doctor and Ruby because I want to know the secret too. That explains that somehow. And then oh, and basically like the Doctor and Ruby so like how they find out the mother is like they do like a DNA tracker like from the database and then like basically uses that to find where she is, the mother. And it's like so you could have done that the whole time instead of have all these questions of like, oh, this could be your mother. I wonder who my mom is, like that kind of thing. It's like you had the tech the entire time and just don't do anything with it.
Yeah, so that's character. I was like, that's just mystery box. Absolutely nothing. At least J.J. Abrams tried to answer his mystery box in The Rise of Skywalker.
Yes. So then like the Doctor has like a bit of like a moral dilemma once he figures this out. Like, should he kill Sutek and all? And then all that. But he does eventually do that. But like the thing is like he throws him back into the time vortex, which is kind of odd because like that's what Tom Baker did. So
yeah,
if he threw him in the vortex, would that not kill him? Clearly. So but I guess it killed him this time. For
they
good.
killed him. That's it. So yeah, that's I mean the ending is like, oh, I live in a road. I'm named after a road. I'm
yeah.
sad.
Yeah, and like you see, and so this is the reveal. She is a normal human. Her cosmic importance only comes from people believing she had to be special.
Oh yeah, sure, Russell. Just gaslight us.
So it's like that's like an attack on the audience to be if we're being honest.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We pay so much attention for the writing. We actually gave a shit because you tell us to give a shit, and then you just troll us. I'm so sorry, Russell.
Yeah, no, and this is like their way of like getting rid of Ruby, quote unquote. Like now that we've reunited with the mother, let's find her birth father, probably the criminal. as having sex with a 15-year-old, but okay. The doctor leaves, promising Ruby that he will return. And then Mrs. Flood, the fourth wall breaker, tells the audience that while Ruby got a happy ending, the doctor's story will end in absolute terror.
Oh, sorry. It means that the doctor's story will be another mystery box where you don't have any answers for. Don't worry about it.
And then David's like, Russell's like, yeah, maybe it doesn't make sense now, but give me 2 more seasons, then it will all make sense.
Fuck you! How about you make sense right now?
Yeah, so he wants to take it up to 3 seasons, and then it'll all make sense.
Yeah, right. I believe you. Bullshit.
Don't criticize me now. You can criticize me after my 3rd season.
Sure. I mean, after you got canceled for 3 seasons, I'll give you that. I mean, I would say, there's a lot of problems. Like, I don't even know. There's a lot of things I want to spitball, but oh well. It's just beating a dead horse, and it's like everyone talked to death already. It's like why did why did Doctor leave because finding father? It's not like you already invented the DNA tracking shit. Just track it there.
It's like let me look for my dad. Okay. I mean, I got this DNA sequencer that we just used to find your mom. It's like, no, let me find him. Okay.
Yeah.
And
apparently,
this is kind of why people thought that like Millie was probably done, because like it was a weird way to get rid of her in the season, which she's obviously not. I mean, she did film season 2 as well.
yeah. Unless maybe they record her. It's like, oh, actually, I'm the daughter of the toy maker.
Yeah, my mom was like nobody, but my dad, oh, that's the guy.
Oh, he's actually who fucked my mom.
That's where I get my snow powers.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, that was Doctor Who, Series 14, Season 1, Volume 1, whatever you want to call it. So is Season 2 coming out this year?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I lost every single interest. Fuck.
Yeah. As somebody who was trying to get into Doctor Who, this did not do any services.
I don't blame you.
Why don't we're gonna have to speed run just a little bit due to time. Unless you want to drop some movies.
It's fine. What's your next one?
I do want to talk about Gladiator 2 because
let's just do that one.
Ridley Scott is a fucking asshole.
Fuck you, Ridley Scott. Yeah, I show my fucking friends like, oh, what did Ridley Scott do? Oh, you see, he just said I want to replace every single animator with AI.
Yeah, let's bring back a sequel of something that didn't need a sequel from 24 years ago. A film that got a fucking Oscar for Russell Crowe. I'm pretty sure the movie itself, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so. It's like 20 years ago. Oh, you see, but Top Gun did well. It's like, yeah, name me another example that did well, except for Top Gun.
That's really the thing. It's like, so what's like insulting to me about it outside of like, obviously, I mean, this guy said he doesn't care about historical inaccuracies and all this stuff. He's gonna put fucking sharks in a coliseum, whether that makes sense or not. What's crazy is that you go so heavy-handed into doing that, and the fact that it looks terrible on top of that. What was the point?
I have no idea. He just have a huge ego now, and the cinematographer criticized him as like, "Okay, you're a lazy fuck now."
Yeah, he did get Best Picture for this. Okay, yeah. So like, honestly, it's like the fact that you got like Best Picture and Best Actor from 20 years ago, and you think, you know what? Let me try to beat that 20 years later, 24 years later. Like sometimes you just gotta let things go, man. You got an Oscar. That goes to you. You got that credit. Just take it and move on. But this did not need a sequel.
Don't worry. It's like this is like fucking The Force Awakens. I was like, no, it was like when I saw the first frame, I was like, what the fuck? It's basically just Luke Skywalker has vanished. Oh, sorry, the wrong movie. Maximus dream does not come true.
Which is like, I guess that could be fair. Like, like at the end of the day, he was a slave that maybe his vision does not make it all the way through. What's weird though is like they have statues of him, like of Maximus. It's like, oh, so do they respect him or not? Like, I don't understand like what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, and then you just realize that it's like, okay, that's bullshit because the twin kings who got the powers like fucking clowns as shit, they're stupid as shit, and there's no way that Connie Nelson, Lucilla would even allow anything to happen.
Yeah, and so the way that this film starts is so like obviously they had to make the parallel because first off, the Lucius just has to be the son of Maximus. So okay, I guess. Well, I guess like, but then like they were like, oh, he's on this path of vengeance because his wife, who was an archer during this time in ancient Rome, I guess, she gets killed in battle, and he gets really sad and wants revenge. But it's like, compare that to Russell Crowe's for Maximus, is like how he got on his revenge path is because his wife and child were not like fighters. They were people that he had to protect and all that stuff. So it's like, it doesn't really work the same because like when you put like a woman dies in battle, like I don't see like everybody dies in battle. Like what's the difference? So it's like trying to make that connection just for him to be the character that we focus on. Like we want to care about his like redemption arc of like going on revenge or something like that. Just doesn't really work.
What the fucking character doesn't even want to do revenge. I don't even know what her character wants. That's the thing.
Yeah, and then like,
I mean, when he got the chance to do revenge, he's like, yeah, fuck that, I'm not gonna because I love you, son, or something. I love your mom. That's why he said, I love your mom. I don't want revenge anymore. I mean, he's really passive for the entire movie. And then it was like, oh, I'm sorry, my husband killed your wife. Was like, and then he was like, yeah, fine.
and like so I'm gonna say it now. I said it to Unity earlier. It's like I think Paul Mescal is just like, it's not good in this role.
No.
I just think it's a case of like he looks perfect, but he himself is just not, and it all comes down to his delivery, his personality, the way he looks. I mean, like he's too short for what they're going for. It's like I know it's not fair to compare him to Russell Crowe, who won an Oscar for his movie performance, but it's just hard not to. Like when they try to make him, well, obviously he's like the son of him, which I don't know why they need to do that. That was not necessary.
I mean, I mean, the fact that they bring Connie Lucilla back and they just fucking killed her off, just to give like the character some motivation at the end.
Yeah. Oh, Connie Nelson. Yeah, you're right.
I was like, she's character assassinated in this movie. It's like she just like, oh, I gave up Rome after like the Maximus speech. It's like you didn't even try. What the fuck? And then it's like, oh, it turns out she's actually hit by Maximus' biological son. I was like, no. So Maximus is a cheater.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, it's like
yeah, it's like it's like the writer did not watch the first movie. That's what I think.
Or it's like, Ridley Scott, well, Ridley didn't write this time, so, but Ridley has lost his marbles like a decade ago.
Yeah.
Minimum.
I mean, I think I gave this movie like a 1 out of 10.
Yeah. And then also like to like the thing about with Paul in particular before I go to the other ones, just like I feel like when you're in a scene with Denzel Washington and you're clearly not having any kind of like you're not standing up to him, it's like that's kind of like already causing a lot of a dissonance for the audience. That it's like, oh, you're full of rage and like full of all that stuff, and it's like you don't really see that in him. So it's like I don't know. It's just
I mean, also the fact
I'm sure Paul is better in other. I don't know if it's just an action role that he's not good in or something like that, but
yeah.
that was just my take on him.
I mean, I've seen like normal people, so he can act, so it's just weird. And by the way, they kind of make Hello Mary for the entire movie. Okay, aside from background cameos. I don't think it's political reasons. I just think it's they had to cut down something for 3.5 hours, from like 3 hours and 40 minutes to 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's like he wants to kill Pedro Pascal because like Pedro Pascal was like the leader of the army that was fighting against the thing that like some random person killed his wife. But it's like, oh, but like the difference between Pedro Pascal and like Joaquin Phoenix's Emperor is like Maximus knew him, so it's like so he knew like what would happen like about the personal connection and like killing the wife and like all that stuff. So like there's like a connection between the characters prior to the death of his family. So it's like there's already that kind of connection there. Whereas like Pedro Pascal is like I don't even know who you are.
No, it's like all he does is like I love your mom, the mom that he doesn't even like. That's
yeah.
fucked. I mean, yeah, Paul Pascal is not even a character in this movie. He's just whatever the fuck the plot wants him to.
Are you not entertained? No, I'm not.
No, no, I'm not. Fuck you, Ridley Scott. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, and no, I do not want a Gladiator 3.
Why would there?
They're making a Gladiator 3, by the way.
Oh, it's one of those like sequels that is 20 years later. Then we have a sequel that's 3 years later.
Oh yeah, remember Ghostbusters: Frozen Empire? I know you did not watch that, but yeah,
I didn't watch.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ramble that a bit because I don't think you have a section. So
no,
there's like 20 characters in that movie, and none of them has anything to do, and some of them just sideline. It's just a lot of cameo. I don't even know what that movie is. Just a lot of character just like splits. Because that movie has like really bad dialogue and like the mom is like, oh, I don't want you to be in fear to let the kids be like Ghostbusters, even though they are even though they are Ghostbusters with you, and you did not say anything. And like the OG Ghostbusters did anything, like Bill Murray barely does anything. And apparently there's like this big threat who's an ice monster.
I mean, they got
like
Paul Rudd.
Yeah, he does nothing. I don't think anyone does anything. He just anything to move the plot forward. And oh yeah, they have Emily and Alan Lind.
Yes.
She's
but
like
don't think about it.
Yeah, she's I don't know. She's just young. She's just like, oh, she's actually evil, and then she just turns not evil at the end. By the way,
Grace.
Yeah, she's just a nerd.
She's one of films, alright.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, I don't like. I think I like Afterlife at first, and then more I think about it, I think it's bad. So yeah.
I think I'm gonna cut out Despicable Me 4. That's alright.
Sure.
Unless you want to speed run that.
Yeah, I think that's all I say for like Frozen Empire, because I think it's a major movie that no one talks about anymore. I just want to give my few thoughts about it.
Yeah. Despicable Me 4. I mean, it's hard to like really talk about the franchise seriously because like there's so much push on the minions and all that stuff. So I feel like every time they try to do something interesting, they have to do the minions because they make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Um,
This movie feels like a TV show. There's a lot of subplots that don't go anywhere.
yeah, I think like what I would have been interested with Despicable Me 4 in particular is like they had like this like villain who so okay, so I guess like the way they got there is like there's like this villain who knows where they live, so it's like uh so they have to go out to like another safe house to like hide from him and all this stuff. That part is like kind of like where that justification as to why they're in a different house, but like once they're there, it's like Gru has like an interaction with a girl who knows he was like Gru the supervillain and like she wants to be like him or like she wants to be like a supervillain, go to supervillain school, and like make a name for herself, so to speak. And then you see like Gru like kind of having to teach her that old lifestyle that he doesn't do anymore. And I thought that would have been like an interesting idea because especially since they had like him like you know like the classic he's got a baby and the baby doesn't like him but he loves the mom kind of a thing. So, you know, clearly like some kind of like I need to gain my baby's trust in me as a dad and all this stuff. So it's like I felt like those things are like enough that like I could have been interested if that was like the main plot. But the thing is like that was like the B plot and the main plot was like the guy with the roach powers. And I thought it was hilarious when you know when Gru and his baby like beat him and like knocks him down. He's like falling. It's like the guy can fly and he never flies.
Yeah.
So that's my quick thoughts on the film.
My quick thoughts. None of that matters. Like, okay, Gru is like heavily damaged as a character. She's like fucking stupid person. It's like, oh no, what should I do? I need to bring a baby to the heist. I was like, no, you just get a babysitter or something. And that heavily damages Gru. How did they resolve it? I don't know. The cockroach guy just find Gru out of nowhere. And then he's just like, oh, I want to train. Will Ferrell just like, I want to train him to be a kid.
Oh right,
like-
it was funny because like Will Ferrell didn't want to do Megamind 2, but he did Despicable Me 4.
I mean, to be fair, it's better than Megamind 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he's just like, yeah. And then Megamind, and then like Will Ferrell was like, yeah, he's now a little cockroach now. And then Gru was like, I love you, baby. And he was like, oh, you actually do care about me. It's like, and then it's like, oh, I beat you. Even though the cockroach is super strict, but I still beat the fuck out of you now. So yeah, that's the climax.
Despicable Me 4.
I mean, I actually the good part is the last 5 minutes of the movie. And ironically, when they sing everybody wants to rule the world and the argument scene of Gru and Will Ferrell was like, what the fuck? That's actually good. There's actually conflict and there's actually clear motivation. Wait, what does that come? What did you try at the ending of the movie instead of everything before?
Yeah. The daughters aren't really in the film that much.
Yeah.
There's a lot of side characters, to be fair.
Pretty much.
So why don't we quickly talk about Folie à Deux, Joker 2.
So you think the movie is good?
Yeah. I think I could have tolerated the movie if they stopped with the singing. I think there's too many musicals in it. There are some times where I do get engaged with the courtroom stuff or something like that, but then it cuts to the singing. And it's not that I hate musicals, it's just that it clearly just does not fit here. And Todd Phillips was just saying he wanted to do it because fuck it, why not?
I mean, they could do it because Joker. I mean, I guess I can see musical outfits. I mean, they have a carry the musical. You can make anything a musical now. I mean, there's a school shooting musical and 9/11 musical. And yes, those are musicals. I'm so sick of people thinking that this is not a fucking thing anymore.
Oh, it's like this is so offensive. Think about if they made a musical about this topic. Actually, they did.
Do you know that?
It's a different topic. Is a topic.
By the way, the school shooting musical is one of the most popular musical in the world. It's still in fucking Broadway now. It's called Heathers the Musical. You fuck.
Yeah. I'm not really against the idea of what the film was going for. Like I obviously like in the sense that like, yeah, he's not Joker, and it's like he's an idea of Joker, and like other people can become Joker. I don't like how they lambasted right into like the folie à deux part until like the end of the movie with the new Joker, like and all that stuff killing. It was like, you get what you fucking deserve, and then stabs him in the gut and all that stuff. And obviously, folie à deux is a disorder where it's like two people share the same delusion kind of a thing. So that's, obviously it could be meaning to Harley Quinn as another option as well. Which Harley Quinn, Lady Gaga, is like not in the movie that much. So much of her iconography is like not like they filmed a lot of trailer stuff that are not in the movie.
Yeah, I know.
With her characterization, so
no, she's like plot device in the movie. That's all I can describe her. She doesn't really have any goals.
What else?
I mean, I like one scene of the entire film. I guess the short guy that scene is good. That's it.
That's pretty much what everybody liked.
Yeah, because why? Because not just summarizing a plot, just because there's some conflict between these characters, and you actually got to see a lot of like what the short guy thing. Like, what's a character called again? Phil or something?
Yeah, it's essentially like he's like, but you don't understand. Like, I didn't like because Joker's like talking like he's trying to talk like all like, you think you are funny, don't you? Like he's putting on an accent, obviously. But then Paulie, he basically is like, you just don't understand. Like ever since like what you did is like I was scared. I didn't even see what you did when you killed killed Murray on the show. It's because like I was in the interrogation room. I was just like there, terrified. Well, it's like I didn't kill you though. It's like that doesn't put the fear away. It's like, and then I was the only one nice to you, but it's like because everybody's mean to me. It's because like I'm short and all this stuff. So comparing his dwarfism to Joker's mental illness, and honestly, like my other thing too is like so the topic of like Joker 2, like going into his mental illness as like, oh, maybe you have a split personality disorder and all that stuff, which in the case of Joker is like in this iteration of Joker, they could have tried to do that because they have like they do have like Joker was like terrorized as a child, and like for DID to work, you need a like physical abuse has to like exist during the child stages of the life. It's not always like a guarantee that it would happen. That was just something that the psychiatrist was saying. Maybe you can lean into that so they don't kill you in the execution and all that stuff. So obviously that was just, I don't think it was like meant to be real. It was more of like, this is something that you can say that is true, and then like maybe the Gotham won't kill you. And then there's other commentaries about like like this is probably how people treat the mentally ill if they were to do something bad. It's like something like that. So it's like there is some commentary in the film overall, and I don't think it was like a bad idea to kind of do with that with this Joker. I mean, it's obviously such a big risk, and it's a swing and a miss. But like, I mean, I can at least say that the risk was taken. I guess it wasn't safe.
It is a shit. I mean, I really do not. I mean, they regress the Joker just like back to like, oh, she's just pathetic again. Oh well.
But I feel like it's possible. I feel like you can do that since like he's in Arkham and like he's like with like limited to himself, and then like the society like overtakes and all that stuff. That's why it's like I don't think it's I don't think it's like not like it doesn't make sense. There's only so much you could do when you don't have the freedom compared to like let's say another Joker.
I think there's like some percentage should maintain, but it's and then it's like I was like I don't even know. It's like this film just feels like a lot of undermine. It's like what the how the fuck does this film end again? He just got shanked in prison.
Yeah.
It's like fuck you.
And then more people were focusing on the part that the second Joker he carves a smile on his face. People thinking that was actually the origins of Heath Ledger's Joker, which
No.
is a stupid theory. I don't know why people thought that.
Yeah, no. It's like I just got upset. I was like, oh, he just got killed out of nowhere.
Yeah. Died, forgotten. All of that. Nobody will remember his name. Only remember the Joker, because especially since like he's already. But what I particularly hated is like how he regresses back to like the I'm not the Joker, I'm Arthur Fleck, and it's all because he was raped in prison.
That's it.
And it's like that's not something that it's like once he says like I'm not Joker, like that's not a thing. Like he lost all of his followers, including Harley Quinn.
No, actually, no. There's some followers try to break him out. So that's
there are some, but like I don't know if some of them are listening to him. Like it's the followers that are in the courtroom, like trying to support Joker, like they leave. But then there's the whole car bomb.
Yeah, God, this movie is shit. I was like, and I was like, all I can think was like, fuck you, Todd Phillip. I hope you die, like the Joker. Not just kidding.
I will say though, like the fact that WB, I will say like I didn't really hate the movie. I don't think it's good, like at all. But like, I think there were some ideas that could work as a sequel to Joker and all that stuff. But I will say though, overall though, the fact that WB offered the DCU to him first before they went to Gunn is insane. I know Joker 1 was received really well. It got $1 billion, but I really don't know how that is enough faith for you to go, you know what? Let's make that guy in charge of our new DCU. That would have been a disaster.
Fucking said no.
Yeah.
Yep, that's Joker 2.
That's Joker 2. Let's talk about Inside Out. Let's talk about Inside Out 2.
So, what do you think? Inside Out 2.
I think they do a really poor job, like trying to justify why there is new emotions. I mean, I guess like the idea is like once like Riley turns to puberty age, she gets these kinds of emotions like anxiety and envy, and then the other one. Does the other one even talk?
Yeah, anxiety, envy. I don't know. It's like shy or something. I didn't remember. Because they actually cast a person from Cobra Kai to play that character.
Interesting. I just don't remember.
Found it embarrassment.
Embarrassment. And it's like, honestly, it's like, so first off, do you expect me to believe that none of these emotions would exist prior to puberty age, especially embarrassment? Like, let's be honest.
No. Yeah, no.
Anxiety is like, okay, I mean, I guess anybody could get anxiety, man. And it's like it's also like weird too, because like the justifications of like these other emotions is already kind of stupid. Because like anxiety is pretty much a mix of fear and anxiety is a form of fear essentially. Envy is like you can mix like anger and disgust with that. Embarrassment is kind of bit of a sadness and like disgust and like kind of a thing. I mean, that one's a little bit like up in the air in terms of like, but like you can tell like some of these emotions are like that emotion already exists within like the 5 that you already have established.
And also,
So
fuck. No.
there was like a nostalgia one.
Yeah, that one is, to be fair, that one is like, oh, that she won't be here until like a long, like after some time later. But
Yeah.
there's like a no play by the person who got naked and fucking blue is the warmest color.
Oh, Adele,
Yeah.
not Louis. Louis Citadel.
Adele's fast. The last thing is so long. Adele Astropolis. Yeah, Astropolis. It's like, yeah, that's those are the cast.
She's basically, she deflects the uncomfortable emotion situations like sarcasm, pain, boredom in particular. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a lot of like, oh yeah.
Oh, and
I mean,
Paul Walker's embarrassment. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of it. Just like, here's a bunch of emotions. Where the fuck are they in the previous movie? Because we've seen other characters' emotions.
You see, like she, you have to be puberty age, and then they just show up like that. You shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. And then we got like the trip journey again, but like the only difference is like every single emotion are down there except for sadness.
Yeah.
A lot of scenes felt forced, to be honest. It's like the like Hope says Joyce have mental breakdowns. Like, okay, that's quite.
Yeah, and then like, you know, once they like bring in the new emotions and they're like, you know, Joy, your thing is not really needed now. Like, we'll handle this. Like, and then she basically sends them through like they establish this thing like that puts any bad negative thoughts to the back of the mind, kind of a thing. I understand that concept is like you don't want to think about the negative thoughts, you want to keep them in the back of your mind so that you don't dwell on those thoughts. Fair. But like it's kind of weird because like they've already done the like something similar, like Forgotten Memories or something like that, or
Yeah, forgotten memories. That's
already kind of a thing. So back of the mind is not really any different, but okay.
yeah, yeah.
But then yeah, it's like there's also like definitely a lot more focus on Riley and her interaction with her friends and like how she is. I don't think that's a bad idea. I think like seeing more of Riley as a person, because like we only got like a lot of like, you know, surface level things because most of the film is taking place in Riley's head, and then how she reacts as the person is kind of through the eyes of like Joy and all that stuff. Here it's like you get a little bit of some independence of Riley, and you know, obviously like they're influencing their. It's just so weird to me because like then like they have like anxiety, like using like the body to like move like Riley to make her play hockey and all that stuff, and it's like, and obviously it's like causing like this prism of like energy, of anxiety energy. So it's like the panic attack basically, which is what Inside Out team they promoted very heavily as like, oh, this film has a panic attack scene. We have Maya Hawke, all this stuff. It's like,
yeah, and no one talks about it on Twitter, so fuck you.
yeah, so it's like I feel like it was a move after Puss in Boots 2 got praised for it, but the thing is that Puss in Boots 2, that wasn't the point of the movie, but people still appreciate it because it was a focus. It was something in the movie that people could attach to. Whereas,
No,
like,
now.
Yeah, the whole character's name is Anxiety.
Yeah. And that's it. And you know, anxiety, panic attacks. I was like, cool. A lot of it's like, okay, I guess you can make it work, but at
And
the
then
same
like
time, it's like,
all Joy says is like, you just need to let go, and that just stops the anxiety. That's a great lesson. Just let go.
Yeah, if you have anxiety, just let go. I mean, do you know
Yeah.
what? I mean, if I was in charge, I would be like, I would just have like some of Riley's real life friends like comforter or something. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, so my big thing too is like, it's just that there's no justification of anxiety being its own thing, because fear could do that just as well. Fear is a major source of anxiety, so I don't really know why you would need anxiety to be a separate emotion. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And then I don't know. I just thought like there was clearly like a high like priority to get more celebrity voices in this film, and I don't think they really justified it.
No, they did not. I mean, it's just a lot. I mean, I don't hate this film. I just like it's fine.
Yeah. It's like the only thing I really liked about it was like I liked how in the back of the mind they had like this Dora the Explorer like rip off, and then they had the discount link, and it was like a shitty PS2 like cutscene, like as her like it's basically like her old crush back in the day. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I like some concepts. It's like, oh, like like after the first film, that this is how they're doing. It's like, okay, cool. 30 minutes, like, oh, I like this, like, and then fuck it, and then it's like downhill afterwards. Because like everyone just flips stands out of nowhere.
Yeah, but you see it got $1.7 billion, man. So
fuck you. I mean, it's fine. That's it.
I didn't hate the movie. It's just like, but I feel like a lot of this stuff is like to justify the new emotions, and I don't think the emotions really make sense. In fact, like in the sense of like, especially like when you consider that we see adult emotions too, and it's always the same 5.
I mean, and then at the end credit, it's like, oh, you see, anxiety is always there. It's like, fuck you.
Yes. And I believe they already made a spin-off show set in this universe. I forgot what it was called.
I honestly don't even care what's it called. But yeah, let me just look.
It was just like Dream Productions or something like that.
Have you tried just not having anxiety? Wow, that would solve all my life issues.
Yeah, just get over it. Yes.
I mean, I guess the only other thing I like is Mindy Kaling does not return. I like that.
That was a good choice. Was Velma the reasoning? Probably not.
Yep, no. I mean, the reasoning is because they paid the other actors a lot less than Amy
Poehler.
Amy Poehler, yeah. That's it. That's a reason.
The thing is, like, Amy is like a actress, but like I feel like her voice is like wacky enough that like she can make Joy sound natural. I just feel like Mile Hawk just doesn't, like, her voice just doesn't really suit anxiety for what it was going for. It's unfortunate because like I know Mile Hawk was like really attached to the character, particularly because of the whole like, because she like deals with a lot of anxiety growing up, so it just didn't really sound natural on.
Yeah, but that's it. I mean, that's all I say. I hope there's no Inside Out 3.
Bob Iger is interested. $1.79 billion is a lot of money, man.
I want to die. But yeah, that's all I have for Inside Out 2.
That's fine. Honestly, we might have to do a part 2 tomorrow. It's getting late.
No, Jesus, I can't. I don't think I can do tomorrow.
Yeah, that's fine. Otherwise we could maybe try the weekend.
Yeah, let's just try the weekend.
Yeah, but that'll be more like a short, like some additional thoughts. But we can expand a little bit more, especially for stuff like Nosferatu, Argylle in particular,
and
Furiousa. And if you want to add anything else,
I'll tell you more about that, because if there's one more podcast, we'll probably just talk a lot more.
Yeah.
Should we just talk one more or something?
I really have to head out.
Oh, that's fine.
So yeah, we talked a lot about a lot of movies. We do have a few more planned before we finish this topic overall, but it's getting pretty late. I want to again thank all of the guests that were here today. We thank Operation Bagel, Shaq from the Trikage, Rangi, Burger, Gizo. And we just like to thank all of you for listening this video. 2024 was an interesting year, or it's probably the usual. It's probably just the usual, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to talk about a few extra films probably over the weekend, so just keep an eye out for that. We're just subscribe to Unity Review and Analysis. Again, he made a really good video about the Penguin and Agatha episode 1. So
Oh,
check that
right.
out.
We should talk about Agatha.
We'll save that for the weekend, I guess.
Yeah.
Subscribe to my channel, Red Devil's Reviews. Subscribe to Another Reviews Corp podcast where we archive these videos. And subscribe to everybody else that we have mentioned before. Their names are tagged in the title as well, so it'll be easy access to click and go to their websites or check them out in the description down below. We will see all of you next time. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.